That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, it is now 9 o'clock, and so I resume the hearing. I don't intend to go through the opening that I went through yesterday. I think we're all now relatively reasonably competent at using the technology to engage with the hearing. So fingers crossed that our good luck in that respect continues. I don't know whether I need to take the register, do I, Louise, or are we able to confirm that everyone is here who we thought would be?
Good morning. Two people aren't going to be attending, I think. One is Wendy Gross, as she didn't come yesterday either. And I think Anthony Burrows won't be attending. Wilfred Aspinall is likely to join late because he had something that he had to deal with this morning. And the only other thing that you might like to note is that if for any reason John Goodall's connection fails, then his colleague Alex Roberts will be joining the meeting in his place.
Louise, I can just confirm that Wendy Gross won't be taking part.
She won't be?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. But so I think that means then that everyone we are expecting to be here now is here now. We're not missing anybody.
Not as far as I know.
Okay, right. In that case, then I will forego as well the taking of the register. That would seem to me a fairly redundant exercise. Are there any questions before we move to this morning's agenda? Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Then, so Ms. Hamilton.
Sorry, Inspector. I just wanted to have a quick word regarding my email from last night. What would be the most appropriate time for you for me to do that?
Email from last night.
Yes, everybody froze and I was trying to get my virtual hand up. And when I finally managed it and everyone unfroze, you were talking about ending the session.
Oh, I was not aware of that. Right. Okay. Do you want to explain to me precisely what happened? I'm not aware of that, Miss Hamilton.
Okay. Yeah. You was discussing the meaningful change and the modifying of the plan. And I can't remember who was last talking. It might have been Jack. And everybody froze on the screen like statues. Right. And I wasn't able to press on the participant thing to get my virtual hand up. And when I finally managed it and everyone unfroze, you were actually saying about, if anyone else wanted to say anything and leaving it there for the day and stuff. And I didn't want to, at that point, I didn't want to unmute myself and just stop the proceedings. But right. I apologise.
Okay. Was this reasonably close to the end, Miss Hamilton? Or...
Yes.
Right, okay. So the point there being, I think, that you wanted to tell me something yesterday, you weren't able to because you had a technical problem.
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay, fine. What I'll do then, I think, is take that point or those points from you now, and then I'll move on to
Thank you. I'll be really quick. Thank you very much.
That's fine.
Okay, so in regards to yesterday, yes, this does reflect on Luton as well, some of what I'm going to say, and I'll keep it really brief. Yes, I do believe there has been a meaningful change in regards to North Hertfordshire, although I do feel that the revised OEN should have been much lower, in line with the 2018 ONS, more a figure of 6,000 than the 2,000 figure. ORS confirmed migration, like I mentioned, into North Herts as is and has been decreasing, and this was also highlighted in the ED 159 in the space that it actually said international migration trends are projected to fall, with the recent peaks of net in-migration expected to fall to a long-term average from mid-2023. Therefore, I felt that ORS should not have been using the highest variant to calculate the figures just because it is what they have used previously with other authorities, and that's been accepted. Obviously, all authorities are different, and this authority with Luton and North Hertfordshire does have a huge number of sites on important greenbelt land. and to use the highest variant to calculate the OAN questions the robustness and therefore the soundness of the plan. In regards to 21.3, yes, of course, I feel the housing requirements should be modified. I know that the proposed housing white paper had been mentioned, and I'm sure that North Herts may be allowing this to slightly cloud their judgment, have an impact on the local plan and the future of it. But I would like to point out that there was a huge opposition to the white housing, the housing plan. And this was also in regards to the new standard method and algorithm. And that was from MPs, ecologists, architects, and many others. So maybe I don't think we should be too hasty on sort of, reflecting on that and allowing that to cloud our judgment. I do have one question that I would like to raise, but it's two little questions, if that's okay with you, Inspector. And it's following on from the talk of the suppressed housing information. It's just quick, but it's just something I'd like to raise. I don't really understand, so I apologise if I'm being super thick here, but planning isn't really my forte. Okay, so in the 2016 ORS, updating the OAN document, it was based on Stevenage and North Hertfordshire, and it was using the 2012 and 2014 ONS. What I'm first wondering is, why is it that the baseline household projections in that document were increased by 309 households, which equated to 317 dwellings regarding the suppressed household information? Okay, and then the SHMA update proposed an uplift of 10%, but that included the increase of the 317 dwellings, and that was in figure 2 on page 3. So we're looking at 309 households for Stevenage and Hertfordshire 3.5 years ago, and when the 10% uplift was proposed, it included that figure, and yet in the latest response from the ORS to yourself, we had 1,470 households based on the suppressed housing information. That's like an increase of 5 times in the space of like a few years. And then they did a 10% uplift for market signals, but that didn't incorporate the suppressed household information of any of those amount of dwellings. And to me, that sounds, it doesn't seem to add up. So I might be being thick, but I just wanted to get that question across as to, firstly, how the suppressed housing information is 5 times as many in 3.5 years, and secondly, why in the first calculation that 10% included that, but in this calculation it now doesn't. It's separate. They're adding on 1,470 households, and then they're adding on a 10% uplift. That's all I wanted to say, Inspector. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I think, Mr. Lee, that you did touch on that point yesterday, but for our benefit, and particularly as Ms. Hamilton may well have not been able to be with the hearing at that time, could you take us through the explanation for that difference in approach in relation to the suppression figure, if I can call it that?
Yes, in terms of suppressed household formation, the reason for the difference is the change that was introduced between the projections. When we were working previously with the 2012 and the 2014 figures, and also with the 2016 figures, we used the outputs that were based upon the CLG method for establishing household formation. For the 2018 numbers, that is based upon a different method. It's based upon the ONS, this new method of household formation. And that suggests that far fewer people that are living in the area will be household representatives. Because of the change in method, because we've got far fewer, the adjustment becomes much bigger, because there are more people that are missed by the household projections. So we're going back to the same point where we're looking at having the same number of households forming, but within the baseline household projections, fewer of them have been counted, and therefore we have to count more of them when it comes to the adjustment. With regard to the previous adjustment being subsumed within the 10% uplift and the current adjustment being separate from that uplift, evidently we are looking at an uplift now that is probably a tenfold increase on what was applied previously. We were looking at, as you say, 307, I think it was, across both authorities, whereas now we're looking at over 1,400 with only one authority. So it becomes a much more significant part of the calculation. But also we have to bear in mind that when looking at the basket of indicators in terms of market signals, they have deteriorated. So whilst we have taken the suppressed household formation out of that number, we have also maintained that 10% response in terms of market signals. And I think that that's entirely justified, as we discussed yesterday.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there then anything else before we move on to this morning's agenda? Okay, very good. In which case then, let us turn to issue 2.4. Has the indicative OAN figure for Luton been arrived at correctly, stroke on a robust basis, and are the key assumptions made reasonable? Yeah, just in the first instance, it might, I think, be helpful just to clarify a point, and I don't know if this would be for Mr. Smith or for Ms. Ormsby. And my question is really whether the council considers it relevant that I consider whether there has been a change in Luton's housing situation. And I'm looking particularly at paragraphs 21 and 22 of ED 191A, where you set out your view there. And I thought it might just be helpful to clarify. It might be, well, I would also invite Luton as well to comment on the point.
Thank you, sir. Maybe if I start and then Ms. Ormsby can perhaps chip in or even correct me if I stray, of course. As you'll have noted in ED 191A and in the statement of common ground attached to that with Central Bedfordshire and Luton, we have referred to the figures, as you've picked up, as being indicative. The reason for that being, obviously, the assessment of the OAN for Luton is really a matter for any plan of Luton's. And as was picked up yesterday, obviously, this examination is proceeding under the transitional arrangements for the 2012 NPPF. Luton do have an adopted statutory plan under that regime, and any future plan they do produce will now come forward under a different regime, be that standard method or under the future white paper. So in that sense, there is no...
Forgive me, Mr. Smith, if I just pause you there for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the key point you're making there is that an OAN only becomes official when it is the OAN for a plan that is being examined and then forms part of that plan as it moves forward into adoption. In essence, is that right?
Yes. Well, North Hertfordshire cannot set an OAN for Luton, is the point we're making.
And I think you're also saying that you'd be slightly concerned if I was making pronouncements about a new OAN for Luton.
Yes, we would. That said, obviously the request has come through from yourselves and inspectors Berkhamshaw and Hockenhull at Central Bedfordshire to look at this. We have, as I say, we presented them as indicative figures because obviously perhaps going more to the point of exceptional circumstances and Greenbelt, it is potentially material for you at least to have regard as to what a direction of travel might be in that hypothetical situation where Luton were re-examining a plan under this regime. So I don't think we're saying it's necessarily entirely irrelevant. As we've said in paragraph 22 of ED 191A, you should, we've suggested in reaching your conclusions, you should have regard to any material changes in circumstances which might affect the extent to which it's reasonable to continue to address the unmet need. But yes, obviously any formal reassessment of Luton's objectively assessed need is a matter for the Luton Plan review. So I think we've just got to tread a little carefully in how much weight we put on the figures that Mr. Lee will present to you.
Yeah, so if I can try and summarise that in a nutshell, I think what you're saying is that it is relevant to consider the things that I am, what things might currently sort of look like in Luton, but it's not for me to say what the OAN is in Luton.
Yes, I think that's my position, unless Ms. Ormsby wants to say anything further on that from a legal perspective.
Yes, I mean, thank you, sir. I mean, I think you summarised it correctly earlier, if I may say so. And the OAN for Luton is 17,800 figure. And that is the figure that you need to work to. It's not something that you can change or alter. In looking at exceptional circumstances, you can look at the direction of travel, but we would suggest that you give very little weight indeed to that direction of travel, given that the OAN is an adopted plan and you're not really in a position to do anything about that. So take it into account, but give it very little weight. I think that's where you are.
Thank you. Is Mr. Bedford here this morning?
Yes, sir, I am here. And I wasn't going to say anything at this stage because obviously we haven't really got into matters yet, but I entirely endorse the way that Miss Ormsby put it in that her final comment. It's very much a question of giving limited weight to exercises that are all conjectural, and I've got more to say about this later, about what the direction of travel might be for the future. But there is, as a matter of sound planning judgment, absolutely no reason to go there for a whole host of reasons that I will develop later on, and obviously covered in our Matter 21 statement, because you have got a 2012 NPPF compliant adopted development plan for Luton. And that has set the housing requirement in the light of a proper and full assessment of OAN.
Yes, just you say there, Mr. Bedford, I didn't quite catch exactly what you said. I did hear the phrase though, no need to go there. Could you just explain that to me?
Yes, I am not saying, and there have been references to the case law on this in, I think, both our matter statement and in North Hertfordshire's matter statement. The most up-to-date case that deals with this issue is the Waverley case, which concerns not dissimilar circumstances where Woking had gone first, as it were, in the plan-making process, had adopted a plan, they had an unmet need, which was to be picked up by their neighbours. Waverley, coming second in the plan-making process, produced their plan to address their share of that unmet need. By the time the Waverley plan came to be examined, there had been changes to household projections. And so some people were seeking to say to the inspector that he should effectively reinvent the wheel and re-examine what Woking's unmet need was moving forward. He decided, as a matter of sound planning judgment, that that was not a necessary or appropriate exercise, very similarly for the sort of reasons that you just echoed, that it's not really for a different plan to start setting OAN or housing requirements for other plans. That judgment that he reached as a sound planning judgment was challenged in the High Court and was firmly, the challenge was firmly rejected by the High Court, saying the inspector's approach was an entirely permissible and lawful approach, and that his planning judgment was one for him and was lawfully made. It was then further challenged in the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal reached exactly the same conclusion, and again made it clear that the inspector was perfectly entitled to adopt the approach that he had for all the reasons that he had given, and that was again a sound planning judgment. So when I said you don't need to go there, what I meant by that is you, like your colleague in, as it were, Waverley, can perfectly properly make the sound planning judgment for all the reasons which I think we've rehearsed in our statement, and obviously I'll elaborate on further today, that it's not an exercise you need to do. And I'm making it clear that that I'm putting to you is a matter of planning judgment. I'm not saying that it would be unlawful for you to think about the exercise or to make other judgments, because planning judgments are obviously planning judgments. What I'm saying is that the clear and sensible planning judgment is the one that I've just indicated. I do wonder, sir, on this point, given that certainly we, and indeed North Hertfordshire, have referred you to that Court of Appeal case, which is in a sense bang on the point, whether it would actually be helpful to you to have a copy of the Court of Appeal judgment. I don't think you would need, in a sense, any of the earlier materials, such as the inspector's reports and the High Court and so on, because the Court of...
It helps, Mr. Bedford. I'm reasonably familiar with the case.
Oh, well, in that case, could I just, for your note, draw your attention in the Court of Appeal judgment to paragraphs 39, 41, 48, 53, and then finally 60. And I say I'm very happy to say more, but in a sense, if you're familiar with the case and I've given you the references, you can obviously digest those at your so-called leisure when you're reflecting on what you hear today.
Yes, so-called leisure indeed. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bedford. Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope it's helpful to say something now on behalf of my clients in the context of your question, which I think is one of approach and ensuring legal compliance. The contentions we make are as follows in summary. The first point is that as a matter of planning judgment, we agree that there is no reason to re-examine the OAN in Luton. And in that respect, I adopt the submissions just made to you by Miss Ormsby and Mr. Bedford. However, we would say as follows, which is the second submission that we make. If, sir, you do choose to look to the direction of travel, as Miss Ormsby put it, by reference to the latest household projections, you must do that having regard to other latest information, the phrase from the PPG, and that should include, must include, updated market signals, which should be, must be examined in the context of current government policy, not 2012 government policy, and the standard methodology about which Mr. Dixon and Mr. Baker can assist you further. So that is not only to accord with the PPG in the first place, it is not only to follow logic and apply good planning sense when considering the direction of travel, because I think you yourself put the point as, is it relevant to consider what they might look like? And if you are looking at that question, sir, you should be looking not just at a restricted, outdated view of the Luton OAN. Mr. Bedford has indicated in the statement that he's made, consistent with his hearing statement on behalf of Luton, is that it's clear that the policy guidance for a formal reassessment of the OAN in Luton will not be the same when that matter is formally reviewed. But at this stage, sir, importantly, when you are considering what is the position in Luton, it would be quite wrong for you to look at the household projections on the basis of the 2012 approach. You must, acting properly, look to updated information and the framework that would be applied if the Luton plan takes its proper course, and therefore examine questions of affordability ratios and supply in the context of the standard methodology. Take, for example, sir, the circumstance of an appeal against a refusal in Luton, an inspector being asked to accept the proposition that the question of need has been changed by reference to the projections. His task would be to examine that question having regard to current policy and guidance available. It would not be to hark back to the 2012 framework. That is an important submission that goes somewhat beyond that made by North Herts and Luton Borough Council. So it follows from that you need to look at the detailed information available to you, which we've provided in our material, and I'm sure you don't want to embark upon that exercise now. So I hope that's a helpful summary.
It is, and I think the difference there, Mr. Williams, between yourself and possibly Ms. Ormsby and Mr. Bedford, is that you say that, in short, and to put it bluntly, I've asked for and been given the wrong figures.
I think the figures, in one sense, you're right. So in one sense,
wrong methodology, I should probably say.
If you are to look to the direction of travel, not to consider other updated latest information available to you, affordability ratios and supply, in the context of current government policy and the standard methodology, we would say would be to not take into account material considerations, and would be, I'm afraid to say, be irrational, because it would fail to grapple with the real circumstances of Luton, which is an adopted plan with an adopted OAN figure, which can be examined so far as it's up to date, but would only and should only be examined in the context of government policy as it currently exists and the standard methodology.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I was going to mention this later on, but this judgment is particularly important. And as you have been guided to it by Mr. Bedford, I assume that you are familiar with the Court of Appeal judgment. And in addition to the paragraphs that he has mentioned to you, I would also mention paragraph 41, and then the sequence from paragraph 48 onwards to paragraph 61. And paragraph 61, I think, is at the end of a series of pronouncements by the learned judge in this case. And I think if I can just read paragraph 61, and it says, in the circumstances, he, that is the inspector, was entitled to conclude as a matter of planning judgment that it was unreasonable to calculate the necessary uplift to Waverley OAN by taking 50% of the figure for unmet need identified through the 2015 SMNA process. This conclusion entailed not merely his judgment on the appropriate proportion, but in fact a composite judgment on both amount and proportion, hence the figure of 83 dwellings per annum. Another inspector might have reached a different conclusion on the same evidence, but this does not mean that the conclusion he did reach was legally bad. The conclusion that the appropriate proportion was 50% rather than say 60, 70 or 75% was comfortably within the bounds of reasonable planning judgment. In judging this to be the appropriate proportion, the inspector took care not to overstate the amount of walkings on met need that should be met in Waverley. This was a cautious judgment, which deliberately allowed for the uncertainties to which he had referred. The ingredients of the calculation itself were clear. They had been identified at the examination and were explained in the inspector's conclusions, and the figure it produced was specific enough for its purpose. It was not unreasonably approximate. So that paragraph, to my mind, is clearly key. It shows that North Hertfordshire and you are not bound to undertake a similar process to that of the Waverley plan. You are still required, as we've heard, to reach a planning judgment on the extent to which any of Luton's needs should be met by North Hertfordshire in the light of all the up-to-date information available. This Waverley judgment does not inhibit you in any way. So I think those paragraphs, particularly paragraph 61, are key here. So I think planning judgment is really down to you. But I think going back to what we heard from Mr. Williams just now, you are entitled to take on information which is current, which is up to date, and use that in coming to a decision. So it's over to you, sir.
Grateful. Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. Ms. Hornsby.
Thank you, sir. I think the two other advocates and myself are in essence saying the same thing. I think what we are saying to you is that the only robust figure that you have before you in relation to the Luton figures is the 17,800 figure that is in the Luton local plan, which has been independently assessed and is in an adopted statutory document. The 16,700 figure, which you asked us to look at and which we provided to you, which is derived from the 2018 figures, is simply not a robust figure. At best, it's indicative. It leaves out of account many other factors, as Mr. Howe Williams has explained to you, that perhaps ought to be taken into account. And as a result, simply attracts very little, if any, weight. And therefore, in approaching the Luton position, I think we would suggest to you that the only sensible figure that you can really look to as being robust is the one that's contained in the Luton local plan. So I think we're all pretty much saying the same thing to you, but perhaps in a slightly different way.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was hearing Ms. Ormsby, could I ask you just to put your microphone back on for a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's coming from you. I'm
Oh.
picking up a strange sort of background noise. Can anyone else hear that, or is it just me? If you turn your microphone off, maybe, Miss Ormsby, and let's see if you are the culprit. It would appear so. I don't know what it is. I have to say, it's not anything that I can readily identify, but I don't know if it's feedback or something like that.
Yes, I'm wearing earplugs, and one of them does seem to be making some sort of tapping sound, and I'm not quite sure why that is. Maybe it's stopped now. Can you hear it now?
I can, yes.
Right. Okay. Well, if I turn the microphone off, can you hear it then? No, you can't.
I can't now. Okay. Right, where were we? Okay. So I'll turn then, I think, to Mr. Lee. And in the context that the figure, would you tell me how you've gone about doing that? It's the same sort of methodology that we were talking about yesterday. Is that right?
It is broadly comparable to the approach that we've taken in North Hertfordshire, but there are some specific differences associated with particular issues relating to the data for Luton. The primary issue with the data for Luton is caused by problems with the 2001 census, and you'll see that that is discussed at some length in the inspector's report for the Luton local plan. Now, as I said yesterday, the ONS's new method for household formation and also the CLG previous's method for establishing household formation both rely on the 2001 census, and the latest ONS method relies very heavily insofar as it's only one of 2 points. And as a consequence, there are issues that stem from the same problems that we discussed at the Luton examination that affect the figures. So we can't undertake an exactly the same approach as we did in North Hertfordshire. That said, the approach that we've taken is broadly comparable. We have looked at the various different scenarios in terms of migration, and we've adopted the 10-year trend variant projection.
Is that for the same reasons that you adopted the 10-year trend in North Hertfordshire?
It is, yes. It's consistency with the approach that was taken at the original SHMA, and again in the context of Luton. When we took the 10-year trend originally, it reduced the numbers quite considerably. In the context now, when we look at the principal projection, it is considerably lower than the 10-year trend. So we are now in a position that the 10-year trend is increasing the number. But what we see is there is far less variability in the 10-year trend numbers when we compare the scenario that we used originally and the scenario that we have now, whereas there is enormous variability between the 5-year and the 2-year trend scenarios. So using the 10-year trend gives us stability in the number, and it avoids us being in a position whereby we take numbers at any extreme of the cycle and assume that they continue for the entire plan period. So it is for the same justification, the same rationale.
Okay, well, go on. Do you want to take us through the other key assumptions, the key steps that you've gone through?
The key steps, once again, are that we've sought to address household formation, and that is done in a slightly different way for the purposes of the 2017 SHMA that we produced, which was produced after the Luton local plan examination, and it informed the Central Bedfordshire evidence base for their local plan. As part of that exercise, we reviewed the headship rates, the CLG headship rates for Luton, and we produced a variant headship rate. Now, that was done whilst it was a study that was commissioned by Central Bedfordshire. It was done in consultation with Luton, and that set out, I don't know if that study's in front of you or not, but we can let you have a copy if that's helpful. But we've got variant headship rates, and rather than using either the ONS numbers, which we consider introduce considerable suppressed household formation, or the CLG rates, which we think overstate household growth, we're using the rates that were derived for the 2017 SHMA and applying those rates to the 2018 based population projections to give us a sensitivity test, a variant output in terms of household projections. That addresses the suppressed household formation to some extent. It doesn't return it back to levels recorded in 2001 as we had done in North Hertfordshire, but it gets us to a position whereby we don't have fundamental, very steep reductions in headship rates, either observed historically or projected forwards, but gives us a far more plausible position in the context of the local data. To that number, in the same way as we did in North Hertfordshire, we have taken account of vacant and second homes, so converted from households to dwellings, and then we have applied a market signals response, and the market signals response that we had at the time of the Luton local plan, so on a like-for-like basis, it was a 10% uplift that was applied across the housing market area, but of that, it was a 20% uplift that was applied in Luton. So we have applied a 20% uplift to the figure that we have in terms of the housing need based on household projections, and that gives us the basis for the 16,700 number that we concluded.
Okay, and from others that wish to participate in this part of the discussion, on the first sort of step that Mr. Lee has taken, if you like, and that is, deciding which variant to use. I think I can take it as read that people will disagree with Mr. Lee on that in relation to Luton for the same reasons that they did in relation to North Hertfordshire. So I can see some people nodding. Certainly, Mr. Griffiths is giving me a nod of approval in that regard. So I don't particularly, well, I frankly don't need to hear people repeat all of the things that they told me yesterday about the selection of the 10-year trend for migration. But is there anything else? Mr. Williams is indicating, so I'll hear from Mr. Williams at this point.
Thank you very much, sir. As my earlier submissions indicated, it is right, proper and necessary for you to look at the other matters, including market uplift. And in Luton, market uplift is really important to have regard to. And I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Dixon, who will explain in more detail the very significant increase in uplift affordability ratios relying and being assisted by Mr. Baker, a specialist in these matters.
That's,
so that's an acceptable.
That's absolutely fine, Mr. Williams. What I wanted to do, Mr. Williams, was to take it in the same sort of order as the methodology goes through, if you like. So to start with migration, then the point about household formation, and so on through that process, and the market signals uplift will come a little bit later on. So if I could just ask you to hold on tight for a little while.
I'll hold on tight, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So is there anything new for me to hear about the selection of the 10-year migration variant that I didn't hear yesterday? I mean, like I say, I will take it as read that the same points will apply. Okay, thank you for that. Was anyone here wanting to tell me that the approach taken to household formation by ORS is wrong? Anyone want to talk to me about the household formation assumptions? Ms. Cotier.
Yes, I want to say something about that. Okay, so right. Okay, so originally I went back to the document ED 0. Wow, I'm really a nighttime person because this was so clear last night. It was crystal clear, and now this morning I'm like, you've just dug me up or something, right? So the document that was breaking down all of the the numbers for Luton's OAN at the beginning of the examination for Luton. The examiner wanted them to clarify how this figure of 17,800 was made up. And basically, he put it to them and they replied in this early document, ED 040. And it's made up as follows. 14,800 was the ONS 10-year migration projections, and then, and this is what he clarified with them, 2,300 houses, dwellings, was the market signals uplift, and then 700 was the suppressed household and homeless addition. So the two adjustments combined were 3,000, and this added together to the 14,800 ONS 10-year migration projections to make a total of 17,800. So what I wanted to say about that was when we translated that to percentage, the ratio between the 10-year figure to the market signals was 20%. However, when we take that and translate that to this new 16,700 figure, we can't understand why there has been 5,200 added on when previously the adjustments only totaled 3,000. So the 2018 base 10-year projection came out at 16,700. And then that was made up by the breakdown of 11,494, but then they've gone and added 5,200 to make it up to that six. So the part of it that was the projection was the 11,400. The total. I backtrack. The 16,700 was the total OAN figure based on the combined amount. But of that, the migration part was 11,494, and the uplift, which I'm presuming followed the same pattern as the original, which would have been the suppressed housing and the market uplift, was 5,200. So that's 50% nearly of the entire 10-year migration projection part. And I just think only a crazy fantasist would want to apply a 50% uplift to an original ONS 10-year migration trend, which seems excessive. Previously, it was only 20% of the pie chart. Now it's suddenly become 50%. Well, no, sorry, before it was 20% of the pie chart, now it's 50% of the pie chart.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Do you know what I'm saying? If you'd have asked me this last night, I was way clearer. I just hate the mornings, so I'll get progressively better as the day goes on. Just really sorry is all I can say. Sorry. But yeah, that's what we couldn't figure out, why such a major boost to that section, that portion of the number. That's what I think I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bedford.
Thank you, sir. So I'm simply seeking some clarification in relation to the procedure for dealing with this topic, because there are things that I want to say, but they don't relate to, as it were, the step-by-step individual components of the ORS calculation, because as you know, you jointly asked the three authorities to provide you with that information, and the three authorities have done so. But what I am anxious is that there is an adequate opportunity, probably at the end of that, as it were, little sort of discussion of the nuts and bolts, where you do obviously provide the participants with an opportunity to provide you in full with their views on the issue of the value of that exercise. And it slightly goes back to that kind of legal issue that we started with, as to what the appropriate approach you ought to take should be. So that's really all I'm wanting to clarify is when is the appropriate opportunity to do that, because it seemed to me that well, it's not helpful to break up your train of thinking while you're dealing with, as it were, these nuts and bolts of the different ingredients of the calculation.
Yes. First of all, Mr. Bedford, you needn't be anxious. That there will, of course, be an opportunity for that. I think the opportunity for that, having sought to get that up front at the beginning and perhaps not got to the conclusion of that, I think it's better to go through the exercise in its entirety and then deal with the, as you put it, the how useful was all of that question at the very end.
I'm grateful, thank you, sir. That at least makes it clear, just procedurally. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mr. Lee, I don't have anyone else indicating that they wanted to talk about that. So so on Ms. Cottier's point, then, if you could perhaps sort of explain the difference the difference in approach that Ms. Cotier was teasing out. Well, not approach, but the difference in the in inverted commas uplift figure the 20% to the near 50?
I think that it comes back to the same point as I covered very first thing this morning with regard to North Hertfordshire, and it's to do with the change to the new ONS household formation method. In Luton, the household formation method, the new ONS household formation method yields far, far fewer households than the previous CLG method did. And that's clear from the sensitivity analysis 2 that was published with the ONS 2016 based projections. Therefore, we have to address the household formation separately before we go and look at the market signals. Now, that
just to be clear, when you say it resulted in too few, that's, well, in a way, it's a mathematical exercise, isn't it? But then what you sort of look at what numbers come out of that, and you make a judgment about whether you think those are broadly right, or whether there's a problem one way or the other. Is that right?
Yes, essentially what the ONS did is for each group, so each age group and each gender, they looked at the probability of individuals being household representatives, so being the head of the household, as it were, in 2001 and also in 2011. That derived from census data, and essentially they looked at that trend over that 10-year period, and they carried the trend on for the next 10-year period. So in many groups, we can see in the document that we produced at figure 2, you've got the charts there for each group, and for the younger age groups in particular, there is a declining number, or there's a declining probability between 2001 and 2011, and that's assumed to continue to decline. Now, because of errors with the 2001 census under enumerating the population, but not under enumerating the number of households, and I can go into more detail about that if it would be helpful, but it was to do with the 2001 census having a very low response rate and the ONS having to impute data for about 1 in every 7 households resident in Luton. Because of that under enumeration of population, it meant that the household representative rates for 2001 were high, and therefore the decline from 2001 to 2011 was much greater than it actually was in practice because of errors in the data. Now, because that decline was very large in many groups, it continued, and it was projected forward to continue. Clearly, it's not only a matter of judgment, it's a matter of error in the data. And it would be inappropriate for us to continue to rely on data that is erroneous. So even if we were to go and take the ONS method and simply take the 2 points, we would need to make adjustments for it. And therefore, the 11,494 starting point household growth number that we get from the ONS household projections, the 10-year trend variant, is a number that is low due to partly errors in the 2001 census. And that is something that we sought to address, and that gave us the increase of 13,501 households, which is set out in figure 4, when we used the household formation rates that had been derived for the 2017 SHMA. So it was the 13,501 number was essentially the starting point household number that we were working with, that we applied the market signals uplift to. And that it firstly had the vacancy rate applied to it. So it went from 13,501 to 13,865. And then it had the market signals uplift, which took it to 16,638, which provides the basis for the 16,700 number that we concluded.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything else on any of the uplifts used in relation to establishing the Luton OAN figure by ORS? Ms. Cotier.
Yeah, I just want to add to something that this gentleman just said. He said the decline was very large, so that they added extra, because they said the error in the data caused them to add 1 in every 7. So in every 7 households, they added an extra 1. And that works out, I just want to add, that works out as a 14.2 raise. So that still doesn't explain where the 50% comes from, because 14 plus 20% would only come to 34%. We still ended up with an extra 15% from somewhere, based on that previous point I made regarding the large 50% proportionate market signal and suppressed household combined uplift ratio to the 10-year migration basic figure. No? Should I rephrase that? Was that easy to understand, or
I understood the question. I understood, yes, I understood. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering. Yeah, so basically my original point being that we've ended up with, 11,000, whatever it was, 11,494. Then we added an extra uplift of 5,200, which is nearly 50% of the entire figure. However, originally it was only 20% of the entire figure. Actually, there's also an argument to suggest it was only 15% in the original case. Actually, we had a discussion about that last night, me and somebody else, and we weren't sure whether it was actually originally 15% uplift or 20%, but this man confirmed it was 20, so we'll go with that for now. So if we add that together with this 1 in extra 7 extra, which is an extra 14%, combined, that's 34%. So we're still not accounting for 16% additional uplift has been applied to reach this 16,700. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee, can you be of further assistance?
Yes, apologies if I wasn't clear in my response previously. If I can start with addressing the 1 in every 7 point. This is that the Luton census in 2001 achieved an 86.3% response rate. So 1 in every 7 households did not respond to the census in Luton. Now that is a very significant underenumeration, and the way in which the ONS address that is that they go and take donor households. So essentially they take households that did respond and adopt their characteristics for the households that didn't respond. Now, the concern in Luton is that it wasn't across the board that the response didn't happen, but it was focused very much in larger households in the Asian community. So the ONS method for addressing that problem was taking smaller households from the white British community predominantly, but from those that had responded, and assuming that the dwellings that hadn't responded, the households living in the dwellings that hadn't responded, were similar in characteristics to those that had, when actually they were quite different. Now, as a consequence, it meant that the census under-enumerated the amount of ethnic minority population, it under-enumerated the number of large households, and it under-enumerated the number of people overall. Now, because of that under-enumeration, we had a situation where we had too few people, and therefore the probability of each person being a household representative was too high. If we have more people, their probability of being a representative comes down if there's no change in the household number. So the adjustments, the analysis that we've undertaken is not that we've assumed that 1 in 7 people or 14% need to be added to the number. It's simply that the data that informs the household representative rates is problematic because of that low response rate. Now, this is addressed at paragraphs 87 and 88 of the Luton Local Plan Inspector's Report, which is document ED4 for you if you want to have a look at that. But fundamentally, there are problems with the 2001 census. And as a consequence of those problems with the 2001 census, there are problems with the household formation rates that have been calculated. Because of those problems, we've sought to correct that error. And in correcting that error, we have increased from the figure that comes from the official projections, 11,494, to 13,501. And that's set out in figure 4.
Was that error not corrected in the official Luton OAN?
In the Luton OAN,
in arriving at it, was there not a similar correction?
In arriving at the Luton OAN, we were using the CLG household formation method, because that was the current method at the time. That was based upon census data from 1971, 1981, 1991, 2001, and 2011. And therefore, the 2001 data being an outlier only had minor impact on the trends because it was based upon 5 points of data. So we didn't make a specific adjustment to the CLG rates at that time. The new ONS method is based only on 2 points of data, 2001 and 2011. And insofar as one of those 2 points is erroneous, it means that we have to address the problem because it makes a significant difference to the rates that are being calculated. So it wasn't an issue at the time of the Luton Local Plan because the ONS hadn't gone and taken responsibility for the household projections at that time and hadn't changed the method. So essentially, that correction from 11,494 to 13,501 is a separate exercise, and it's due to errors in the 2001 census. And as I say, that was discussed and acknowledged by the inspector who examined the Luton Local Plan. The 13,501 number is then the number that we take, and when you place 20% on top of that and the allowance for vacant dwellings, we get the 16,700. So it is still a 20% uplift that is being applied.
Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. I think Mr. Lee has touched on at the end there the point that I was going to make, which is and which I think you made, which was whether the 2001 census figures had been the corrections had been made. So I'll drop that for a second, but I think there's another point here that may be relevant, and that is, rather than just looking at this from a purely statistical way of doing so, I think it's worth remembering that the ONS in its latest projections is projecting a 3.4% decrease in the Luton population from mid-2018 to mid-2028. In fact, so significant is it that they have highlighted that in their analysis to the actual data itself. It's a number of 7,400, and it's the largest population drop of any English authority. Quite why that is, I don't know, but it does mean that a 7,400 drop is going to lead, one would assume, to less houses rather than more houses. And I took a look at some of the what I think are the underlying population numbers that may well have informed the Luton local plan. The only thing I can find is a Luton Borough Council document from November 2015, which projected an increase from 2011 to 2031 of a population going up by 50,400 to a figure in 2031 of 254,000. The data from ONS going forward from that period also tends to show increases, but not to that extent. But interestingly, in 2016, and certainly 2018, 2016 is when the data starts to show a decrease. And the decrease is quite significant. It's something in the region, I can't calculate it off the top of my head here, but it's something in the region of 30,000 over that sort of period. Again, that seems to point to a lower number. So I don't know if that's helpful, but it does seem to me to be of some relevance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dorman. Mr. Williams.
So yes, thank you. Just for your note in the context of population figures, the fall in population is addressed in the appendix to the hearing statement on behalf of the Crown Estate, and the relevant reference is paragraph 4.2.6 and figure 4.3. See also paragraph 4.2.7. So you asked whether there was any other comment in relation to uplifts, and I'm sorry, I should be holding tight, I know, but I wasn't sure whether you were whether you meant housing uplifts, affordability, and so on, or whether you were yet to come to that under a separate heading.
No, I've opened it up now for and basically anything else more or less on issue 21.4.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I know
question of meaningful change.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dixon, I think, just wants to say a few comments to give you some of the evidence underlying the submissions that I made earlier.
Thank you.
And hand over to him.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I am going to be fairly brief in this, and just to reiterate the points that we made in relation to the North Hertfordshire uplifts yesterday. We stand by those in relation to Luton as well, as set out in our statement. And again, I'm not suggesting you have to have it to hand here, because I'm not going to take you through lots of numbers, but if you were to look at the table on page 4 of ED 171 that we spent some time looking at yesterday, and you look at that in relation to Luton, I think that will assist in setting the context where what we have in Luton, and I am using median affordability ratios here. There are a choice for you to use, but in using median affordability ratios, we have a situation where when the local plan in Luton, the base date of the local plan in Luton the affordability ratio was 5.71. And where that's got to now is that's raised to 7.57, which means that since the base date of the Luton local plan and the calculations that we're considering now, there's been a worsening in affordability of over a third, or approximately a third. And briefly, that this all has to be set in the context of the MPPF, which we've had remarkably little reference to over the last 24 hours. And the requirement in para 47 of the 2012 version that the objective of here is to boost significantly the supply of housing. And I think that is worth bearing in mind as part of the context of this very detailed discussion that we're having. And I'm going to stop there and save all my comments in relation to standard method and so on for when we get to wrap up session later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford.
Thank you, sir. So I think I've just got 10 points that I wanted to make now that I think you've indicated you've opened up 21.4. And they are as follows. First, and importantly, the planning system is expected to be plan-led.
If I could just hold you there, Mr. Bedford. Yeah, what I want to do, yeah, just so I'm clear. Sorry, I perhaps should have been a little clearer about this. Is I want to go through 21.4. I then want to do 21.5 and 6 as well, because there is the question of meaningful change, etc., to consider. I think it's useful to consider that before we then
yeah, well, absolutely. So
the debate about that exercise. Yeah. So I wanted to hold those sorts of, if I can just for shorthand call them legal points, even though they're not purely just legal points, and leave all of that until the very end, and looking back at a sort of retrospective of the discussion that we've just had.
Oh, well, I'm grateful for that clarification. I simply didn't want us to have moved from 21.4 and then been told, well, there we are, you've had your chance. So I'll keep quiet, sir. Thank you, sir.
Else, Mr. Bedford, I shan't forget you.
Good.
Ms. Cotier.
Yeah, hi. So I'm going to carry on about a key assumption that I think is incorrect, because it relates directly to the first question we're addressing. So I think now is the right time to bring this in. Right, so the key assumption that I think is wrong, fundamentally wrong, is why is ED 191A in its paragraph 28 and the preceding documents saying that Luton's capacity is 8,500 when all the adopted sources, we've already spoken about how the OAN number is sort of, their opinion was that it was written in stone because it was an adopted plan. So what does the adopted plan actually say about Luton's capacity and what it truly is? The Luton local plan gives Luton's capacity as 9,322. That's quite a long number, and I'm going to refer to it quite a few times in what I say. So I'm just going to abbreviate it to 9.3K because there's fewer syllables for me to keep repeating. Okay, and I'll abbreviate the 8,500 currently stated capacity according to ED 191A as 8.5K. Okay, so everybody's clear that's what I'm referring to. So in policy 4.5 of Luton's adopted local plan, it says that the capacity is 9.3K. Okay, and it also says that capacity, 9.3k, in the Luton Schla of July 2016. And that's what the given capacity for Luton is. And then in the inspector's final report, Jeremy Yule's final report, he also concluded that the Luton Schla's July 2016 stated capacity was 9.3k. So that begs the question, where on earth does this 8.5k number come from? Well, in the Luton plan, in policy 2.26 and 12.13, it's explained where this lower 8.5k figure comes from. So it's basically described, and I shall read the inspector's final report, paragraph 110 on page 23. And he explains that the higher figure, 9.3k, this includes completions over the first few years of the plan. He then goes on to say, paragraph 112, and I'm going to quote this because this is really integral to what I'm saying, so I'm going to read it fairly slowly so nothing gets missed. The council considers that a capacity of 8.5k is more realistic than the Schla, the 2016 Schla figure of 9.3k. So he says that the council considers that capacity is more realistic. He doesn't say that it is more realistic. He just says they consider it to be more realistic. And he goes on to explain why. He says this is partly, not completely, partly because of the uncertainties regarding the amount of housing that might be delivered on the strategic allocations is almost inevitably likely to vary from that which is forecast. Given the size of these allocations, and depending on the particular detailed mixed use schemes developers will bring forward. So he's saying that partly he's explained the reason that the council have selected to use the lower 8.5 capacity is because of certainties regarding the strategic allocations. However, the 9.3 capacity, including completions over the first few years, was acceptable to him. So that begs the question, if these uncertainties existed then, what happened after that? What happened with these allocations? Now, he particularly, what were the uncertain allocations? The uncertain allocations are then given by him in paragraph 113. So there were three. They were Napier Park's strategic allocation. At that time, they didn't know what was happening with that. However, it came to be. It's been permitted and development is going ahead. And I'm going to provide more information about exactly the numbers in the land supply matter. I'm going to give more information about the numbers, but it's over 500. Okay. And then secondly, the second uncertainty, he says, I'm quoting him, for example, the housing allocation at Kenilworth Road is dependent upon the relocation of Luton Town Football Club. Now that also was fully granted last year, and Kenilworth Road is now to be an empty football stadium which they plan to use for housing. So those are two of the three uncertainties that he allowed them to, allowed them to go with this lower 8.5k figure. And finally, the third uncertainty regarding the strategic housing allocations was the amount of student accommodation that could be converted. So these were the caveats attached to the lower 8.5k figure, okay? They were the uncertainties, which have all now already been decided, and that they are no longer uncertainties. We know exactly what they are. We know the numbers attached to all of them. And they are much larger than the difference between the lower unmet need number. Okay, sorry, the lower capacity. And I want to go back to the other clause. He says that the 9.3k capacity included completions over the first few years. So from the first few years of the plan period, he means, obviously, yeah, he says plan period. So from 2011 to 2016, there were 5 years. And how many completions did Luton make? Well, Luton completed, according to the ONS statistics, 1,250 dwellings were delivered and fully completed during the time period in question. So if we add those completions together with the worst case lower capacity, we get actually 9,750, which is in fact even more than the 9.3k figure. So I am not, I understand where the 8.5k figure came from. However, it doesn't apply anymore. And it's not as if the inspector said he preferred that figure over the higher one. He didn't. He just said that Luton had chosen to adopt it based on these uncertainties. However, Luton also adopted the higher figure because in policy 4.5 of their adopted plan, which is a very large lengthy policy, they say their capacity is 9.3k. So there is no reason as to why we have adopted this capacity. And I have even more information that will empirically disprove this capacity, which I feel I've already spoken for long enough in this particular section about this. So I'm hesitant to deliver it right now at this point, and there might be a better opportunity to give you all the breakdown of the capacity. But I've come up with a much larger capacity than that. And I can demonstrate the capacity factually by using developments that have been permitted or have been built only to do that. So yeah.
I'll pick up the points that I know you want to make about that in the
later
supply section of the hearings. Yeah.
Later, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cotier. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. Just a brief point. I've now found my calculation on populations. I think this is key. The difference between the population in the Luton data paper of November 2015, the population projection for 2031 was 254,050. The ONS latest 2018 subnational population projections shows a projection of 204,718. That's a difference of very, very close to 50,000 population drop between the underlying populations for the Luton local plan and what the ONS is now projecting. And what seems to be driving this, according to the ONS, is a factor of lower births in Luton, an increase in migration out of Luton to other parts of the UK, and a slowing of international migration. Interestingly, if you look at ONS's household projections that form the starting point for the OAN calculations, the ONS is projecting Luton household projections from 2018 to 2028, showing only a tiny increase from 77,528 in 2018 to 77,567, which is an increase of only 39 over the 10-year period. And just one final point, Ms. Cotier has mentioned the 8,500 number. I think it's worth saying at this point, and I too will come on to this in later matters, the 8,500 number, which it states in the Luton local plan is the minimum that Luton will build, seems to have become holy writ for all the councils and all the developers who are looking at the figures. The assumption is that Luton will build no more than 8,500. We will show that is devastatingly low and inaccurate. And I just wanted to flag that up right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Lee then for his final comment on issue 21.4 and then move on to 21.5 and 6, is there anything else on 21.4? Okay, thank you very much. I think that's probably quite a good time as well to take a break. Once I've heard from Mr. Lee. So, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. A few points to pick up there. Firstly, talking about the figures that Mr. Dorman has cited from ONS, and evidently the principal projection, the principal scenario from the 2018 base projection for Luton does show an exceptionally low level of growth, virtually no growth over the 10-year period. And I think that, once again, going back to the ONS methodology document that I quoted yesterday, the section on migration, on internal migration and the data used, they acknowledge and highlight there that there is a chance that using only 2 years of data will create unusual averages for local authorities experiencing abnormal migration patterns over this short period. And if you look at Luton's migration patterns for that period, 2017-18 and 2016-17, they are very different to what has been seen in the past. There are real issues with population data in Luton. It's a very difficult population to measure. It's a very transient and fluid population, and there are problems with historical data there. But I think that it's particularly relevant there that we look at that we don't just assume that Luton is only going to gain 39 people in the next 10 years. It seems somewhat implausible that we should be planning on that basis. Clearly, there is an issue with the numbers there. In terms of the figures and the different numbers, figure 1 in the document that we produced in terms of the review of Luton population set out the different projections. The 2014 based projection had a gain of 48,979 people, so the nearly 50,000 that was quoted by Luton Council that Mr. Dorman picked up. The 2018 based principal projection for the same period, 2011 to 31, is only 3,775. So what we can see there is the extreme variability that's coming when we look at short-term migration analyses. When we take the 10-year trend migration, the 2015 SHMA that informed the Luton local plan had a gain of 30,576 people, which is almost 20,000 fewer than the starting point. The 2018 based 10-year migration variant is a gain of 26,815, which is 20,000, over 20,000 more than the starting point. But what you can see is that those two figures, whilst there has been a reduction, it is a much more marginal change. It is a far more stable figure, and what we are looking at is that is a likely figure, and I think that it's appropriate that we base the projections on that and not go and focus on the principal projections, which are showing incredibly low rates of growth. Moving on to market signals and the points that were raised by Mr. Dixon, he recognised or focused once again on affordability, and I think that it's notable that the 20% response to market signals that was put forward for Luton at the time of their local plan was not driven by affordability at all. Luton is one of the most affordable places in the neighbouring areas. When we look at the affordability ratios, both at that time and more recently, yes, it has gone up, but it has gone up in all places in the area. It is not affordability that was the basis for that 20% response. It was driven by other indicators within the basket of market signals, particularly levels of homelessness and overcrowding. So signals relating to quantity rather than signals relating to price. That was the justification for 20% now. And the fact that the affordability has changed is somewhat beside the point, because it's not affordability that was driving it. As Mr. Berent said yesterday, 20% was the response to market signals in area where affordability was considerably greater than the ratio in Luton. And I don't think there's any justification for us on a exercise whereby we are looking at the 2012 based MPPF approach to assessing need, and obviously that is the exercise that we're going through here, recognizing that it is a hypothetical exercise, but going through that exercise there is no justification going beyond 20% in terms of the uplift. I think the other point that Mr. Dixon raised was the paragraph 47 of the 2012 MPPF talks about significantly increasing housing supply. And what we had seen in the table in ED 171 on page 4, that showed that Luton's growth had been 0.6% of the stock from 2011 to 2018 during the plan period, and 0.5% in the decade prior to that, 2001 to 2011. The OAN of 17,800 represents a 1.2% growth in the stock, and the 16,700 number that we're now looking at is 1.1% each year over that period. So it's more than double the housing supply that has historically been delivered in Luton. The numbers represent a significant boost to housing supply as expected by the 2012 MPPF. So it's not the number. The number is there's no justification of going any further as far as that we're already in a position whereby the number is doubling housing supply seen in Luton previously. So I think that picks up on the key points. I'm not sure if there's anything that Mr. Smith wants to add with regard to the 8,500 figure for Luton, because obviously that's aside from the calculations that we've undertaken.
If it's okay with you, sir, that's something we'll pick up after the break. When you come on to your consideration of meaningful change, it's probably best in that section of the hearing.
Okay. Okay, well, I had previously asked for final points on issue 21.4, but I see that I have Mr. Baker and then Mr. Williams. So, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, sir. It was just a follow-up from something that Mr. Lee said about our focus on purely on affordability. As you'll note from our appendix to our Matter 1 statement in respect of representations from the Crown Estates, we have actually picked up on a number of different market signals, including house prices, rents, affordability, as well as rates of supply. And in each one of these areas of market signals, we've noted a worsening, and that is the basis for our conclusions. Mr. Dixon was summarizing and focusing on affordability for brevity, but our matter statement in the appendix does actually go into quite a bit of detail in respect of affordability. So with affordability worsening, not just absolutely, but relatively to the national picture, house prices increasing, again, not just absolutely, but relatively to the national picture, and cumulatively supply across the housing market area falling significantly short by many thousands relative to what was proposed to be, or what was proposed to be needed in the SHMA. So that all of our evidence points to a worsening in market signals from when the issue of the affordability or market signals uplift was considered by Inspector Ewell at the original hearing into the Luton local plan. So it was just to clarify what our evidence was based on in respect to Mr. Lee's point.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Williams?
No, so I was going to give you that reference.
Which reference, sorry?
Mr. Baker was referring you to the detailed analysis in the Savills hearing statement, sir. And the short point is Mr. Lee had, I think, had put that to one side in the purposes of his answer.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further from you, Mr. Lee?
I think the key point is that the 20% response that was put forward for Luton was already very high, and we don't see that the justification for going even further in the context of where Luton sits in the hierarchy of those market signals across the entire basket compared to other areas whereby signals have been set under the previous MPPF.
Okay, thank you. And with that, then I will draw a line under issue 21.4. I'm going to take a break for half an hour now. Well, I might even be slightly more generous than that, and pick up on our return with issues 21.5 and 21.6, which I think, as I did yesterday, it's probably a good idea to take them both together. So with that, then I make it 10:42. I adjourn the hearing to resume at 11:15. Thank you. And yes, if you can, now I will get this right this time. This is the point at which you only turn off your cameras and mics rather than leaving the meeting.
Hello, everybody. This is Louise and Howe. The inspector's having trouble connecting. Ah, he's not. He is now here. That's
Made
fine.
it here.
He's made it. Great.
Thanks for that, Louise. Are we live streaming yet?
We are, yeah.
Right, okay, marvellous, thank you. In which case, I now resume the hearing. Yeah, so it's been brought to my attention that, well, it seems at least that my connection isn't that great. I don't know if anyone has noticed that. If you do have any problems hearing me or seeing me, then Louise and Howe is going to let me know. But if you don't hear anything I say or anything like that, it would be helpful if you let me know. I would say that to avoid problems of that sort, I've taken the precautionary step of locating myself in the planning inspectorate's offices. So I really shouldn't experience connection problems, in theory at least. We'll see how we go. But as I say, any problems, do let me know. Okay, then. So as I suggested before the adjournment, and as previously, I'm going to take 21 issues, 21.5 and 21.6 together. And this, the question here, as yesterday, is the one about meaningful change, only this time as in relation to Luton. Is that for you, Mr. Smith, first of all, from the council?
Yes, it is, sir. As you'll have seen, at the end of Mr. Lee's analysis contained in ED 191A, he sets out that the indicative figures provided are a decrease of just 6% against the OAN underpinning the adopted plan. In our view, and in Mr. Lee's view, that's not a meaningful change. And in that light, as I think we said at the outset, Ms. Ormsby said, we'd recommend that you go with the adopted figures in the Luton plan as the objectively assessed need in this instance. If I just quickly touch on the issues raised by Ms. Cotier before the adjournment, because I imagine in response to this issue, you may hear some representations around supply in Luton. I think if we are going to go down that route, I'd just say at this stage that we'd need to have regard to the type of housing being delivered and anticipated to be delivered in Luton and how that relates to the needs and not just the overall number. Because in short, our analysis and the evidence in front of you is that that is very much focused on small units and flats, so 1 and 2 bedroom units. And there is a significant shortfall still in family housing and affordable housing that will persist. But it's perhaps best for you to hear from others on that point, and we can obviously respond in more detail in due course as required.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. So on the council's figures then, a decrease from the adopted OAN in Luton of 6% on the basis of what the council says are indicative figures, an indicative OAN. Is anyone here to address that point? I thought there had to be someone. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm grateful to Mr. Smith for that explanation, but I think it still does not mention the fact that in table 1 of the Appendix 1 to ED 191A, that you do have a reference there to the difference, as we said before, of the 2012 figures for Luton and the 2015 SMAR conclusions for Luton, which were the basis of the local plan, and that reduction there in households from 14,349 to 3,775. Now, we've made all those arguments yesterday, so I'm not going to go into that in any more detail, but there does give us, I think, some more information about the fact that there is a meaningful change, because if we go down to the columns in that figure 1, and we look at the forecasts for at the bottom for the 10% uplift and the 20% uplift. The 10% uplift for the 10-year trend, which is what North Herts and ORS are using, it gives us a figure of 12,984. The 20% uplift is giving us a figure of 14,164. Now, the 20% uplift figure is what Mr. Smith has just been referring to. So it seems to me that they are accepting that 20% uplift. I do not, and I think many others will come in, I'm sure. We do not accept the uplift. Even if we take a 10% uplift, that then gets us into the region of more than 6%. That gets us into the region that there has been a meaningful change in the housing situation, and I think that's what you've got to work on. And I think from what Ms. Cottier has been saying, there is also this must also be related, and Mr. Smith's going to deal with this, I'm sure, later on, and people from Luton also, but I think it also relates to the supply situation. I think that Ms. Cottier will go on, I'm sure, to elaborate on that. But certainly there are other figures which are relevant. The Brownfield Register in Luton, for example, shows that there are 1,800 potential dwellings in the register. And there are 7,000 dwellings which have been permitted and under construction in the Houghton Regis area, which is just over the border. So on the supply side, I think that also relates to this business of, yes, over in the overall situation, there has been a meaningful change. And I think certainly we would wish to emphasize that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, one thing I would say is that we discussed the OAN, including the question of the uplifts under 21.4. So clearly, I fully expect that if people think that the uplift should be different, that may well lead to a different opinion about meaningful change. But I don't want to go back into the detail about the uplifts, because we've covered that point already this morning. Mr. Hawkins.
Good morning, Inspector. Thank you very much. Yes, I take the point about not wishing to discuss uplifts, etc., and fully understand your reasons for that. My only issue is that there is this fundamental reliance within the North Herts District Council's local plan on Greenbelt. And a significant amount of Greenbelt is going to be developed if the plan is to be accepted at any of the numbers that we've seen over the last 7 years. And as a consequence of that, I would say that, when we are comparing numbers of uplifts in relation to this authority's local plan as against others, there has to be a full understanding as to the level of Greenbelt which will be eroded as a result of this particular plan. And also during the process of this plan evolving, we've experienced a decline in the retail market, and as you will know, Inspector, there is now a desire to alter the concepts of high streets and town centres, and many of those places now would be areas that I would suggest have not been considered in the past in terms of how the uplifts have been created or considered. So I would just ask you to make sure that you consider those points, sir, and thank you very much for my piece so far.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Okay, is anyone else here to talk about meaningful change? Ms. Cotier.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, thanks, yeah.
Good, okay, the video will probably come on in due course. So when we spoke really briefly about this yesterday, when I questioned what does the actual word meaningful mean, and you said go and get a dictionary. So I said I have of course done that already, but just to be perfectly clear, and I want to frame what I'm going to come on to say and what perhaps others are going to say as well. I'm going to read out there's three possible meanings to it. So the first one, meaning could mean, number one, what one intended to express, or two, the sense in which a statement, etc., is to be understood, or three, purpose, a purpose, such as an example, I now saw the meaning of his action. And then meaningful is the adjective of that. So when we're talking about meaningful change, are we talking about perhaps, for example, one, what one intended to express? So are we saying, has there been a meaningful change in the housing situation? Has there, how would that relate to what we intend to express? Or how would that relate to the alternative meaning, the sense in which a statement is to be understood, or its purpose? So I'm taking it to mean, what do we intend to imply through our OAN statements? How does that translate into houses or dwellings? And how does that then translate into various other meanings? And that will depend on the individuals involved, as I said yesterday. So for me, it means more houses means less greenbelt in my particular case, in east of Luton, and lots of other people. Whereas for the council, more houses translates to more financial revenue, or perhaps higher higher delivery numbers. So, and that's desirable from their point of view. So this issue of meaningful, although it may seem that, oh, she's going off on a tangent, I'm not really. I'm actually trying to clarify and frame the whole question. When you say something is meaningful, it really does depend on who is. It's not an. Do we have an objective definition, or are we merely talking about something that's subjective and depends upon the person answering the question? Because if so, it's a matter of an opinion. Each person will have a subjective opinion as to what is the meaningful change and what it means to them.
Yeah, as just if it helps, as I mentioned yesterday, so we don't get any help in planning policy or guidance about meaningful change and precisely what that means, or what sort of change in the housing situation, or what level of change in the housing situation should be regarded as meaningful. So that the bottom line here is it is a matter of judgment. Right,
yeah, a matter of judgment, and that will of course then depend upon who you're asking to make that judgment. So yeah, so anyway, I went into my appendixes, and I don't know whether now is the right time to point out the numbers that I can use to support my earlier point about the assumption of 8.5k being no longer relevant. So I don't know whether you want to hear that now or later in the housing supply section. Land supply, sorry, land supply.
I'm not quite sure exactly what angle you're going to attack it from at the moment, so I'm not sure. Do you want to start, and then if I think it's better dealt with under the supply question, I'll maybe ask you to leave it till then. But see how we go for now.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So right. So yeah. So in my I sent in a load of appendixes for matters 21, 22 and 29 because it's relevant to all of them. And they're under COTIA appendixes. And there's nearly, I think, 30 documents in there, but they're all spreadsheets and lists, okay? Some of them are taken from government data sets, but you can actually access them at the government data set point if you wanted to, but to make it easier for everyone, I provided the actual things themselves. But amongst them, I have an addendum called Matters 21, Addendum Evidence of Luton's Bills, Part 1, 29A. And then that goes on for 80 pages. And in it, there are 80 pages of building developments that are actually taking place. Because these are screenshots and the various information taken from the press releases, the website, the announcements of the developments. And then that's, it's so long, it had to go into a part 2 as well. And there it continues even further. Now, all of, amongst that amount of development that is going on is included all of the uncertainty points that led the inspector to acknowledge that Luton had taken its minimum capacity figure to be 8.5. So the attached clauses that he put in his final report relating to why Luton has chosen to take that lower, had at that point chosen, in the worst case scenario, it was 8.5k, and he gave those 3 uncertainties surrounding the 3 specific developments of Napier Park, Kenilworth Road, and the student accommodation. Now, in those addendums, I've given you the actual screenshots of the developments in question. So in part, if you want to look up Napier Road, that's a 16 million project that they've already nearly finished, and that was delivering 277 new homes. So it's no longer a certainty; it's a material consideration. It's a material fact. It's already occurred. So that uncertainty can be struck through with a red pen. And then the Kenilworth Road and the Luton Town Football Club. I mean, everybody who hasn't heard about the toing and the throwing all of last year and how they were eventually rejoicing when they finally got their new football stadium, thus freeing up the old stadium at Kenilworth Road. So that's a fact that's already occurred. So we can strike that off, uncertainty off with a red pen. And then the student accommodation, I have got some actual planning reference numbers if you want to take them at this point, and some actual figures of actual student accommodation conversions where they're taking the disused student accommodation and develop it into multi-use apartments in the town centre. And I've got some actual calculations, but that's the part I don't think is perhaps now is the right time to give you that information, because I feel it relates more to the land supply, but I'm not sure. I'll let you tell me.
It probably does, but I think I'll take that now. But if what I would say is, because there is, I mean, I have looked through the appendices, etc., that you submitted alongside your statement. So if it's stuff that's in there, I wouldn't want to spend time going through them all.
No,
but if there are
not.
some key ones,
it's key. It's key extracts only, and no additional to what is in the appendixes, because they're things that have actually happened since then. Okay, so there is one from the appendix. It's the Napier Road. It's in the Part 1 Luton Build appendix, and it's on page 6, and it's just the screenshots of Napier Road and Napier Park to show you it's a developer called Natta, Natta, and it's telling you that it's doing 4 apartment blocks and a variety of different houses, and that amounts to 277 in total, and that's just phase 1. There's also phase 2 and 3, and that's on the Vauxhall plant factory site, which was demolished and remediated in 2016 and 2017, and that's probably why there was a question mark hanging over it at the time of the Luton plan adoption, because it was at that time the factory site was being demolished. So they at that point probably couldn't really say what was going to happen with it, although we all knew it would go with, we all know housing was intended for it, but it hadn't actually been built at that time. However, that's changed now. Redrow has delivered all of the houses. You can see them all, they're standing and they're physically present, so that's occurred. So that's from that appendix document you have, but the rest of it is new information that I've taken actually out of the planning, development and control meeting agendas from Luton Borough Council in the last 4 months. So this is new stuff that has happened in the last 4 months as well, whereas the earlier stuff I submitted much earlier than that. So this is new stuff that has come to pass. I have yet to go through the development and control planning documents for the last 10 years, but I am going to do it because it provides us with indisputable physical evidence that planning applications were granted, and gives us specific details such as the exact numbers of units and the breakdown. We've talked a lot about the type of housing must be correct. They've promised to discuss this further in the upcoming sections, but what they are basically saying is the right type of houses in the right type of places. So it allows us to get insight into each development, not just as a overall number of dwellings, but the breakdown within that. What's included in how many 1 beds, how many 2s, 3s and 4s are there in each planning action. So it also allows us to see whether or not it's allocated residential allocation in the local plan, in the adopted local plan. And this is what I'm coming on to, because what I have taken out is the all of the allocations that were in the last 3 months of development control meetings this year, that were not housing were not residential allocations in the local plan, and many of them are upon land sites which were not even in the local plan at all, and some of them were on Green Park space. So I can give you some actual numbers that relate to the student housing at the very least. So in the September, it's all this year, so 2020, in the September Development and Control Planning meeting, there's a development called Opto Village. Now, do you want me to give you the planning reference numbers, or
Not if they're already in your appendices, no.
No, these are the new ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, these are not there already. Okay, so I'm just gonna start from, yeah, I'll start from the earliest one. Okay, so we've got, so we're gonna go through July. Okay, we're gonna do July first of all. So in July's development planning control meeting, we're going to give you a figure. Okay, do you want to write down the planning reference number?
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose, I mean, how have we got lots of these, Ms. Cotier?
Yeah, we have, but I've written a summary list, so it's up to you as to how much detail you want me to give you. If you want me to just give you the number of dwellings and the name of the development and whether or not it was in the local plan or not, I can do that. That's abbreviated. And then we don't have to go into precise planning application numbers for you to look it up, or maybe not, as the case may be, but it's there then if you want to. Or we can leave the planning application numbers till some other session, or you may choose never to take them, but they're there if you want them. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to take them though.
I'm just wondering, sort of exceptionally, whether to save time. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, I just got a message saying that my on my screen saying that my connection was unstable. So, you know, if anything untoward does occur, please let me know. I think what's going to be most helpful for me in terms of kind of use of my time is if this is something that you have set out, but it's not in your appendices because it's more up-to-date information.
That's right.
Then I think the best thing is going to be exceptionally, as I say, because I really don't want to be taking additional documentation at this stage. But I think that in order to save time going through the detail in the hearing itself, it'll be easier for me to take that additional information from you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So in that case, I'll just give you the total figure of the 3-month development and control meetings. Came out at 1,873 dwellings that were not in the local plan allocations. Okay. However, I must add, I am also including within that a large site from Hayward Tyler.
My apologies, Ms. Cossey. Just bear with me a moment.
Sorry.
Will I get a note of that?
Yeah, 1,873 total dwellings.
And that's since when?
That's going back from July this year, and it's also including one future meeting that is going to be taking place in 1 week's time on the 2nd of December. That's not such a large delivery, but it is to be included because it's next to the EL3 site, directly next to it. And it's a green park at the moment, and it's going to be altered into housing. And it's an allocation that was in the local plan as a neighbourhood park. So it wasn't in the local plan as residential. So it's additional. They call it windfall. Okay. However, the windfall was only the windfall in the adopted local plan, believe it or not, was only 114 dwellings, believe it or not. But here I am sitting in front of me with 1,873 windfall dwellings just from the last 4 months alone, which contradicts that figure dramatically. Factually speaking, using stuff that's in their portal.
Yeah, I take the point. And I suppose your point here is because the question is whether or not there's been a meaningful change in the housing situation in Luton. And I take your sort of overriding point here to be, well, yes, there has been a meaningful change, but not in relation to, not so much at least, in relation to the need, although putting aside the points you made about that for now, but there has been a meaningful change in terms of delivery and the actual supply of housing.
There has, but it also supports my point that I made at the beginning, that the 8.5k number was incorrect, and if anything should be switched around with the unmet need number. So their document 191A has in their projections, they've started off with the Luton adopted capacity as being 8.5k, and the residual need is quoted in the council's ED 191A document as 9.3k. That's the, if anything, those two numbers need switching around. Even then, the 9.3k figure would be too low. The actual capacity that I'm demonstrating, I've worked it out at 12,523, which is even larger than the higher capacity of 9.3k, which we've all discussed already. And they can say, well, where have you gotten those extra 2,500 from? And I reply, I've gotten them from the development control permissions granted on sites that have not been allocated as residential housing at all in the local plan, and each one has a slightly different background. But in every single development and control planning matter consideration, every application that's considered, it gives you the breakdown of everything you want to know, including whether or not it was whether or not it enjoyed allocation in the local plan, and if it did, what was it include, what site allocate, how was it allocated, and in all of those cases that I've listed, it was not residential.
Yeah.
And they're the details that I will provide evidence. And then if you wish to not take my word for it, obviously don't take my word for it, go up and look each one yourself to see with your own eyes what each one entails. And I've done that for 4 months, but I'm going to do it for the whole 10 years. What will I find? Well, I'll be spending a lot of time on it, but once I get my teeth into something, I won't let go of it. So I'll be going right back to 2011. So I'm interested to find out, I'm excited to find out, how many extras am I going to find?
Okay, thank you for that. I understand that. I understand the point. I understand what you mean and where you're coming from, if I can put it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lovegrove.
Good morning. I'd like to come at this from a totally different angle under the heading of meaningful and sustainability. What's some of the things that haven't been mentioned yesterday or today that are meaningful is, well, there's a whole list of things, but one of the key things I think is the Paris Accord. We've got a new sweep of younger, more climate aware MPs, councillors. I'm not so sure it's also true of the QCs and the legal profession, but it's certainly true of councillors and MPs. Now, one of the key things that the Paris Accord imposes on something that we're doing is it says that sustainability should be included in all planning processes, and it's completely absent from this plan. There is an argument which says the need for housing is not connected directly to the sustainability arguments for saving the planet. But if you were to throw this whole plan up in the air, everybody put their sustainability hats on and caught it in a different order, you'd have ended up with a different plan. So in terms of the numbers, in terms of the locations, from the legal viewpoint, the sustainability has not been taken into account and should be. So I believe, as the inspector on this process, you could legally argue that you could throw out all these numbers, put your slightly more sustainable hat on, and say the numbers should be X, not Y, and they should be in these places and not those places. And one of the things that TTL have done is, if you just take out the less sustainable sites from this local plan that are in the green belt, you get down to a number that is still within the area of reasonableness in all the numbers that we've been through with affordability and all the rest of it. So you could get down to a number that's reasonable and be sustainable, but throw out the greenfield sites. That's just the point I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. I'd like to pick up on the point that Mr. Smith referred to a few minutes ago about the types of housing being delivered in relation to Luton, because, and I think this is relevant for this section, because White Peak Planning and Law Homes did put a paper in on this section. And essentially, their paper that they argued was that Luton, despite, as we are going to find out, a huge overbuilding in compared to their 8,500 minimum, is actually building the wrong type of housing, according to their own local plan. And this has been known for 9 years, because the numbers are quite evident. But the paper from White Peak Planning refers to a planning application that was rejected by the planning inspectorate in March 2020 for a site in Luton on which they wanted to build a huge number of 1-bed and 2-bed apartments, a lesser number of 3-bed and 1 4-bed. And the planning was refused on the basis that the Luton SHLA shows there to be a very significant over-delivery of 1-bed housing over the identified need, and a significant under-delivery of the larger dwellings, particularly in 3-bed homes. This is contrary to policy LLP 15 and the housing provision policy of the local plan, and also apparently goes against guidance in the NPPF. Now, as I said, the Luton delivery of the over-delivery of the smaller housing has been documented for quite some time. Sorry, I've just lost my way there. But it does seem somewhat convenient, I think, that this has now been raised by White Peak Planning, probably because they've latched on to this March 2020 Luton planning application. As a result of that, they are saying that the fact that the east of Luton sites have a large number of 3- and 4-bed houses means that those houses will be needed to meet the Luton's unmet need in terms of the larger housing. I think the first thing to say is that the fact that the inspector has refused one planning application on the grounds that he did surely leads one to conclude that further applications coming forward from within Luton that include a large number of 1- and 2-bed properties, or alternatively lesser numbers of 3- and 4-bed properties, are also going to be refused. And what White Peak seem to be saying is that they are making much of the fact that already Luton has a large number of permissions granted as Carolyn has just mentioned, on a large number of sites in Luton. And therefore, this means that the sites probably won't have 3 or 4 beds, and therefore, will not deliver the type of housing that Luton requires. What they don't say is under the PPG on flexible options for planning permissions in paragraph 001, and there's a reference, but I'm sure you know it, is that when, and I quote, when planning permission is granted, development must take place in accordance with the permission and conditions attached to it and with any associated legal agreements. New issues may arise after planning permission has been granted, which require modification of the approved proposals. Where these modifications are fundamental and substantial, a new planning application under Section 70 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 will need to be submitted. Now, I can't think of anything more substantial and fundamental in planning terms than a failure to meet a local plan's own housing provision policy, as well as a failure to meet guidance requirements from the 2019 NPPF. So I think there's a distinct possibility that Luton may well have to go back on many of its already granted permissions and reapply to ensure that it has adequate provision for bigger dwellings over the next 10 years. Now, according to tables 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 of the Luton local plan, the total number of 3 and 4 bed houses to be delivered in Luton is 283, out of the local plan target of 17,800. That is 81.9% of the market housing total and 63.9% of the affordable housing total. Of this total, only 998 have been delivered to date, according to the Luton Planning Portal. So that leaves 12,285 to be delivered. Now, if we suspend belief for one moment and assume that Luton will only build its minimum of 8,500 houses, White Peak's planning shows, and I agree, that the 3 and 4 bed proportion of that total is meant to be 6,448. Luton has so far built 998, which leaves 5,450 to be built. So just to drive home this point at the moment, Luton has already over-delivered to the tune of 218% of its 1 bed target. It's delivered 17% of its 2 bed target, only 2% of its 3 bed target, and 10% of its 4 bed target. And if you look at the applications approved and nominated in the planning portal that specify detailed housing mixes, if these are allowed to stand, Luton's record is set to be a staggering 969% over delivery of 1 bed dwellings. It will reach 82% of its 2 bed target, but it will only reach 6.5% of the much higher 3 bed target and 11% of its 4 bed target. So as the White Peak planning paper states, Luton is delivering exactly the inverse of what it is required to do in its local plan. Now, some might say, well, you can't build 3 and 4 bed dwellings on smaller brownfield type sites in Luton. And I do commend Luton for building on brownfield sites. But it is quite possible to integrate 3 and 4 bed maisonettes or dwellings with private gardens within mixed use higher density schemes. Duplex flats, for example, on 2 levels with proper balcony spaces are perfectly acceptable to many families' needs. And they're common on the continent, apparently, as long as space standards are provided for. These obviously will be in more sustainable locations with amenities within walking distance, unlike car-dependent edge-of-town residential estates. The main point is to make is that it doesn't require greenbelt or greenfield sites to provide larger units. And I guess if I was going to be slightly emotional about this, why should the greenbelt around Howe, east of Luton sites, and the village life so enjoyed by its residents be sacrificed because of a failure by the Luton Neighbouring Authority to build the proper mix of housing on its own land as required by its adopted local plan? The solution to this lies surely in Luton's own hands. They now need to step up to the plate and deliver the required housing mix that is needed. And it cannot, I think, be accepted as an exceptional circumstance that significant greenbelt land should be used by NHDC to provide the mix of houses for a neighbouring local authority that is manifestly failing in its duty to provide the right mix of housing, especially when they're building so many of those houses, many more houses than they stated they were going to deliver as a minimum, and of course it's being built on brownfield sites. But fundamentally, and my final point, is that White Peak Planning's document has ignored the potential contribution from Central Bedfordshire. I would remind you that the inspector who approved the Luton local plan made, I think it's 5 separate references in his report that the first port of call, if I can put it that way, for Luton's unmet need was going to be Central Bedfordshire Council for various reasons. Not the least was historic, but also better infrastructure, better transport links and so on. And Central Bed is capable of delivering 7,350 houses. Within Central Beds, there are 9 nominated sites earmarked to help Luton's unmet needs. Previously, there were 13. And they are proposed to deliver 8,284 houses by the plan period, 2030-31. Now, already building has started on the biggest site earmarked for this purpose, that's Northampton Regis, with a capacity of 4,818 through to 2031. Barratt Homes is building 307 homes on this now renamed Linmere development. And I've got the breakdown of those houses that they're being built, and 63% are 3 and 4 bed houses. I think it may be reasonable to assume that the remaining 4,511 homes at Linmere could follow that same pattern, so that might deliver something like 1,600, more likely 2,842 3 and 4 bed homes. So there could be, from that site alone, well over 3,000 3 and 4 bed homes delivered. Also from CBC, I've got the detailed breakdown of the adjacent, that lot were on the HRN1 site. There's 2 sites at Northampton Regis. On the adjacent HRN2 site, there are 7 builders, I think, earmarked to build housing. And the breakdown of the 1846 homes being built include 1,301 3 and 4 bed and a handful, of 5 bed homes, 70% of the total. So thus far on the total Northampton Regis site, you've got a ground total of 4,336 homes with an average percentage across those sites of 67% of 3 and 4 bed housing. I'm extrapolating a bit now. If you project that across the remaining 8 CBC sites earmarked to meet Luton's unmet need, you will get 6,734 3 and 4 bed homes potentially deliverable through to 2031. So with that possibility of those 6,734 houses being delivered by CBC, that pretty much covers the 6,835 3 and 4 bed house need in Luton that I mentioned earlier. In fact, it leaves 101 outstanding. So the conclusion I come to is, although the White Peak analysis is correct, their implication that means that you have to turn to greenbelt sites in east of Luton to build 1,000 or so 3 and 4 bed houses without looking at what Luton can do in its own area, without looking at how the planning applications are going to work in Luton, without looking particularly at what central beds can deliver as the first port of call to meet Luton's unmet needs, makes that a flawed analysis. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dorman. Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So I have assumed that we are within issue questions 21.5 and 21.6, and that your particular focus is on meaningful change, but in the context of need. In this particular context, and consistent with our earlier submissions and evidence, it's important that you should have regard not only to the quantity in terms of OAN, but the mix and tenure. In accordance with the PPG, mix and tenures are equally important to the overall housing target. Mr. White has looked at this question and relying in very large part, if not in whole, on available published material from Luton Council, has provided an analysis to which Mr. Dorman has just referred to and said is correct, of the need which currently exists in Luton, and a need which in short terms is worsening in terms of mix and tenure. So I'm going to ask Mr. White to give you some more detail on that particular matter. But I would just ask this, that if I should say that having pointed to the source material for his evidence being largely published material from Luton, it is sometimes a bit difficult to be sure of the sources for figures referred to by Ms. Cotier. Mr. White has not simply looked back, he has looked forward and relied on that published material. But Ms. Cotier's facts and figures sometimes are difficult to source, and we would be particularly concerned if she was to submit further evidence looking forward, which was not in her hearing statement, if we were not given the opportunity at least to confirm the factual accuracy of that information.
Yeah, that's fine. Ms. Cotier did say, didn't she, that the figures that she was quoting was taken from committee agendas, I think she said, without checking my note, for Luton's planning committee. And yes, I said that I would take that, and yet there will be an opportunity for any commenting on that.
Well, thank you very much. I hope it can be suitably short but helpful, if indeed we need to comment at all. But beyond that, I'd like Mr. White to provide the more detailed evidence in relation to affordable housing, mix and tenure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White.
Thank you, sir. Is that feedback on now?
I think it has, yes.
Yeah. I'll try to keep this relatively concise. As Mr. Williams referred, the PPG reference is in our matter statement of para 25.39, that mix and tenure is an integral part of need, and need is not simply the headline number. And for Luton, what is critical is the supply of affordable housing and 3-bed plus family housing, given the demographics within Luton. And this was all examined at the time of the Luton plan. And at that time in 2017, the affordable housing need was 40.5%. But at that point, for viability reasons, the local plan affordable housing policy was set at 20%. So it was already half of what they needed. More recently, in the SHMA of 2018 for the Luton housing market area, that affordable housing need, due to a lack of delivery to date, has risen to 45%. In the Luton plan, only 1,700 against a need of 7,200 affordable houses could be delivered in Luton, leaving 5,500 of unmet affordable housing need. In terms of the delivery, and we've taken our figures from the 2019 SHLA, as Mr. Dorman summarised, and due to a large number of office to resi conversions, of the 4,325 dwellings completed to date, the delivery is pretty much the inverse of need.
Mr. White, my apologies.
We've provided some figures in our statement on
can you hear me?
Dwelling mix requirements.
Mr. White?
At tables 6.2 and 6.2, 6.3.
Anyone else hear me?
I won't read all the figures out, but essentially,
Mr.
Luton
White
didn't need very many 1 and 2 bed flats, and they needed a lot of 3-bed and some 4-bed houses.
Is there a back channel, Mr. Williams, to Mr. White to ask him to stop speaking?
In terms of what has actually been delivered in the 2019 SHLA,
Mr. White,
combined, there was 83% of 1 bed and 2 beds, and only 18% of 3 and 4 beds.
Right. Mr. White.
Hold on, Rob. The inspector's telling you to stop. Sir, I've seen your hand, and forgive me, I didn't look for your virtual hand, and I apologise if there's a failure in communication somehow.
No, well, I've been asking Mr. White to stop speaking for a while, but he apparently couldn't hear me. You couldn't hear me, Mr. White, I'm assuming. So I asked you to stop speaking a while ago because I didn't catch the figure that you'd given me. Yes, in my asking you persistently to stop, I didn't hear anything else that you subsequently said either. So my apologies for that. So my note goes up to your point about delivery, and you were looking, you said, from the 2019 SHLA, first of all, and I didn't catch the figure that you gave me then, and I didn't catch anything that you said subsequent to that either. So my apologies for that, but if you could just take me through that again.
Okay, so apologies, we have to keep swapping the speakers to avoid the feedback, which is why I couldn't hear.
Okay, I see.
I'll just turn you up a bit. Okay, I think the figure got to, was it the total delivered being 4,325? Is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
So that was to March 2019. Of those numbers, 53% were 1 bed and 30% 2 bed apartments. There was only 9% of 3 beds houses and only 9% of 4+ bed houses. So that's the clear point about delivery having been the inverse of need. Mr. Dorman referred to the Burr Street appeal, which is included at our in our matters statement and referenced at paras 2, 5, 19 and 20 and included in our appendix. But the inspector there very much agreed with that conclusion and used, that was the principal reason for refusal of that flatted scheme in central Luton. Following on from that, we've also looked forward, like Ms. Cotier, and looked at all the permissions and sites coming through the SLA, and to see if there's analysed those to see if there's any change in the delivery in the supply coming forward in terms of the proportion of 1 and 2 beds against 3 and 4. Again, they're summarised in a number of tables in our statement. And I would emphasise that we've looked through all the permissions and we've reported the split in market housing and affordable housing and the proportion of 1, 2, 3 and 4 beds where it is known. Where it is unknown, we've taken a conservative view and assumed that the 20% affordable housing would be provided, and we've assumed that the mix would be in accordance with the local plan. So that's sort of conservative view, if you like. And when you look at that going forward, you can see when the table starting from para 2.5.33 in our statement, that the predominance for 1 and 2 beds continues. I think the total for affordable housing there, 1 and 2 beds, is 77%, 78%, and you've only got 23% of 3s and 4 beds.
What was that last figure, sorry?
23% of 3 or 4 plus beds. In terms of, therefore, the East of Luton allocations, just wanted to put some context there that of the 1950 units proposed to be allocated, being 21% of the unmet need for Luton in total, the North Herts local plan policy on affordable housing requires 40% provision, which would mean 780 affordable homes.
Sorry, bear with me a sec.
Sorry, sir. It is all in our matters statement.
Okay. Yeah.
Para 2.5.36. It's quite a brief statement. Which those affordable homes will represent 11% of the entire affordable housing requirement for Luton, and 14% of the unmet need for affordable housing for Luton. And we've provided a likely mix for the development. And for open market housing, we are looking at 75% being 3-bed plus, and a similar figure for 2-bed homes for affordable housing, and then 3-bed and 4-bed plus for affordable housing, with 50% of those being 3-bed plus. So in summary, sir, you can't ignore mix and tenure when thinking of need. It's not simply the headline number. Thus far, nearly halfway through the Luton plan period, delivery has been specifically the inverse of need. And looking at supply going forward, that trend is continuing in all the permissions that have been granted. Whereas at East of Luton, we are able to provide a significant proportion of the unmet need for affordable housing and a significant proportion of the unmet need for family housing. I'll finish there.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Bedford.
Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to clarify procedurally the point. I think you've already confirmed in answer to Mr. Howe Williams that you will be allowing an opportunity for any commenting on the new material that was provided by Ms. Cotes. And I'm just trying to clarify what it is that you will be wanting the parties to address, in that, as I understood what was being said, it was being said that Ms. Cotes had looked at the position after the date of the last reporting of housing supply for Luton, which only takes you to March 2019, and you've got that set out in what is ED 189, which is the SHLA as published as at November 2019. And obviously that looks at matters on a full year basis, as you would expect, looking at a housing year and bringing you up to a particular monitoring date. There isn't a assessment on a comprehensive basis for a later year than March 2019. There are obviously projections in housing trajectories, but in terms of completion data or in terms of permissions that have been granted, there isn't a later date. Whereas what I understood that Ms. Cotes had done was to look at committee reports or matters being reported to committee, I think she said in the last 4 months, which would imply that that's the 2020/21 housing year, and she'd drawn various figures from that. Now, what I wasn't quite clear about is, are we, and are you going to want us to comment on, as it were, that snapshot of partial information, or are you simply going to invite, as it were, general comments? And I wasn't quite clear what we needed to do to help you to get to the information you think you need.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're asking me two things there. I think one is what I want you to do, and the other is what I'll allow you to do. I think, and if I wanted comment from others, you can rest assured that I'd invite it. If the question is, what would I allow you to do? Would I allow you to comment on it if you wanted to, even if I wasn't fussed whether you did or not? Then, as I said previously, yes, I would allow that. I mean, I'm not terribly keen, I have to say, in going down the road of people commenting on other people's stuff throughout the examination. I understand why people do that, but look, do you know what? I'm quite capable of looking at one set of evidence that is contrary to another and coming to my own conclusions on it without people cross-commenting, if I can, you know, forever, if I can put it that way. So I won't necessarily be inviting, well, in fact, I won't be inviting comment on Ms. Cotier's new figures, but I will allow it.
Right. All right. We'll say.
Did that make sense?
I would take that.
Did that make sense?
Well, I understand what you said, sir, so I will take that. We will have the opportunity, and obviously you will have to make of what we say as you wish.
Yes, I'm not going to beg to receive your comment, but if you wish to make one, then that will be fine.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Ms. Ormsby.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Can you hear me all right? Because I've now taken my microphone out of my ear and my earplugs. So can you hear okay?
I can, yes.
Good. I was just going to suggest, just following on from that point there, would it be helpful to you, sir, if we got together with Luton Borough Council and Bloor Homes in order to produce a statement of common ground as to where we think the state of play is in relation to need, mix and supply, which brings all the figures that have been explained to you today in relation to what Mr. I think White was saying. Would that be helpful? Because at the moment they are a little bit all over the documentation, so it wouldn't be any new information. It would simply just be bringing it all together, particularly in relation to this inverse point, if that would assist you.
Yes, I think that would be very helpful. In fact,
we'll do that. Thank you, sir.
So if you bear with me. Sorry, you said NHDC, Luton, and did you also say?
Yes, and insofar as Bloor Homes have got an input into that, because clearly they've done a lot of work on it, so it would seem sensible for us just to put together all the information as we see it, so that you've got it all in one place. Because I don't think there's any dispute between what's being told to you, but it is in a bit of a disparate presentation at the moment. So if we can bring it all together and just boil it down to a few points, that may assist you.
I suspect that would be very helpful and may well save me quite a lot of time as well. So yeah, grateful for that. Ms. Cotier.
Yes, could we possibly be involved with that as well? Could we be included in the statement of common ground and put forward the information also into that, so we can have a kind of a collective statement of common ground involving the community and the three parties that QC Honesty just mentioned?
In practical terms, well, in theory, yes. In practical terms, I'm not sure how much ground there is between you that's common, but maybe I can leave you to discuss that probably with Mr. Smith outside of the hearing to see whether there might be any mileage in something like that. I mean, normally what statements of common ground are about are sort of, parties who share the same views coming together and sort of setting out what it is that they do agree on precisely. And I'm not sure whether there's a lot of ground that yourself and others as well actually share with the council and with Luton. But if you wanted to give it a go, I for one wouldn't stand in your way. But perhaps a discussion with Mr. Smith might be the best way forward.
Yeah, we could. Well, I mean, we could do that. Let me just make sure I'm clear as to what the statement of common ground that we've just spoken about is going to include. It's going to include bringing all together the types of data that I have produced, but which they are saying is a bit all over the place, and they want it to bring it all together into one place. Is that what they're saying?
No, it wasn't that so much. I think, and she'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ms. Ormsby's point was that I'm getting a lot of information from North Herts and from Luton as well, but all that kind of stuff from those that do agree on the figures, broadly speaking at least, it's sort of all over the place and not in one place. And so it would be helpful to me for Luton, for NHDC and for Bloor as well, because they have quite a lot of common ground there, to assist me to put what they do agree on those figures down in one place.
Okay, so perhaps then what if you're saying that we don't share really enough common ground with them to be able to be included in that statement, because in a way we're arguing from a different perspective. Should not all of the people that are arguing from the perspective outside of that also produce a statement of common ground as well of their own to counterbalance the other statement of common ground? We could also produce a statement with our figures as we see them, perhaps.
If you wished to do that, then yes, I would always welcome a statement of common ground where it's going to help assist.
Okay, okay. And in answer to Mr. Howe Williams's request for something more concrete, I can provide that him with a list, or him and everybody, if they, with a list of the planning application numbers that match the last 4 months of numbers that I've given you, and then he can go and look them up factually.
Well, what I want to do on that, Ms. Cotier, is simply for you to send to me via Mrs. St. John Howe the notes that, in effect, you were going to read from it, weren't you? In the hearing, lots of figures,
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So
Okay.
if you send that to me via Mrs. St. John Howe, we'll get that set up, published rather, on the examination web page, and then as I did mention, if there are parties that wish to comment on it, then I would allow them to do that, because that's because these are new figures that haven't been put in evidence before.
Well, that's it. There has been put in some of the evidence. Some of them have been mentioned, but I didn't give the Development and Control Committee application number attached to them in all cases. So it's giving you something official rather than a screenshot of a press release. It's giving you something that's been actually published by the council, LBC themselves, from one of their development control meetings, and it's given you the actual development in their words in terms of numbers and the description and the planning application number, and also its status as to whether it was fully permitted, in which case I've only picked out the ones that were permitted, conditionally permitted. There were lists, each one is always given conditions they must meet, but provided they meet those conditions, permission was granted in all of the cases I cite. So it's not. So it's something that comes from the council themselves. Regarding the types of housing, the sizes, 3 beds and 4 beds, the development that is a windfall development that is able to accommodate 1,000 new houses, that was not an allocation in the Luton local plan, is going to be, it is very flexible in terms of whether or not it needs to contain 3 bed or 4 bed. But at the moment, the mix is looking on that site, which is an old factory site. It's called Hayward Tyler, and there is it's just been approved that they will go ahead. It's outline planning permission for 1,000 residential units, and it's a 2.78 hectare site. That's a windfall. Well, it was previously as an employment area, but it has become available because the company Hayward Tyler has relocated to a new commercial site, thus freeing up this 1,000 residential unit within Luton's own boundary. And what they've said about the mix of housing that's going to be, that could be at this stage, they're looking at, could be anything actually, the mix of housing, but they are wanting to have a housing mix. This is the council. It's Luton's local plan policy 15 requires an appropriate housing mix in respect of the size of the properties, and they're suggesting that they exclusively propose 3 bed and 2 bed properties, and they promised that this would be supported by LBC housing if they were to do that. So they're recommending that the mix, that the emphasis be placed on the 3 bed primarily, and then 2 bed. But that could equally, they could, if they wanted to, put larger units there if they wanted to. So that's a new site that wasn't in the local plan as residential, and it's within Luton's curtilage, and it's at the bottom of Crawley Green Road, and it's going to be next to the new football ground development. So as far as that goes, there's quite a lot. And then there were also other in the information I'm going to provide you with, which everybody will then be able to access and have a look at. I'll try to include the number of 5-bed and 4-bed houses in each one, if that's useful to everybody as well, because we've been talking about types, haven't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be, yeah.
And the last point I wish to make, which was missing, which relates back to something which David Dorman said, was that the Central Beds local plan is going to deliver to Luton. It's committed to deliver to Luton 7,400 houses to meet Luton's unmet need. So that's Central Bed's most recent, it's its local plan that's being currently examined. It's committed to, in its most recent response to the inspector's questions that were put to it in July, it's committed to give Luton capacity for 7,400 dwellings. And it goes on to say that it has 23,000 existing permissions. Central Beds has 23,000 existing permissions, which means that they're already granted planning approval on 23,000 dwellings. So they're in a good position to make good on that promise, I would say, if they have got 7,000, they've promised 7,400 and they've got 23,000 residential permissions in the bag, they're going to be able, I think, to deliver what they've promised. So if we were to add that together with the capacity that I previously, from my point of view, I've proven it, but that's yet to be proven to other people because they still need the actual leads where I got my information from, which I'm going to give everybody, of course. But if we add all that together, that's well in excess of the 7,800 OAN number.
Okay.
And I haven't said yet, but I'm not feeling now's the right time to do it, but I can if necessary. That number that the inspector, Jeremy Newell, said at the beginning, it involved completions in the first few years of the plan's period. So he was prepared to go with the higher 9.3K capacity figure. He was prepared to do that. And he said, if we include the completions in the first few years of the plan period, so that number that we're talking about, we have to look at how many houses were actually completed by each authority in the housing market area. And there's a big issue regarding that because Luton in the first 5 years delivered 1,250 houses. That's from the government, that's from the ONS data set. Not ONS, DCLG data sets, which I have provided in my appendixes. Okay, so you've got those. The completions for the last 10 years for each of the 3 authorities that we're referring to, I have provided. But the number of deliveries from Central Beds falls outside of their plan period, but within the plan period of North Herts and Luton. So Central Beds plan period is running from 2015 to 2035, but North Herts And Luton's plan period is running from 2011 to 2031. And in the period of time that fell within the plan period of Luton and Herts, but outside of the plan period for Central Beds delivered a staggering number of houses. So where are we going to place that figure? Who does it effectively belong to? They were delivered houses, but where do they belong? They obviously were built in the Central Beds housing market area, but which one? The one that belongs to the part on the map that belongs to the housing market area for Luton and Central Beds, or another? Because if it falls within the housing area of Luton and Central Beds housing market area map, then they must be put towards the final tally as to how much of the OAN has been met, because it can't be included in the OAN of Central Beds numbers because it falls outside of the plan period, and they haven't factored that in anyway. They've not, this is sort of like they've just bagged, I think it's, I'll get the numbers when I come back exactly, I'll look them up, but it's something like over, so far they've delivered 12,000 or something, but for the period of time that starts from 2011 and goes on till 2015, which is outside of their plan period, it's nearly 6,000 they've built. They've completed.
Okay.
So who's going to claim that? Who's going to claim those 6,000 houses? Are they putting it towards? Well, it's occurred in the housing market area that we discussed within the plan period that we discussed. So it has to be factored in to how many houses have been already delivered. And that's not been mentioned. It's nowhere at all. It's not included. It's just sort of like pushed to one side. I don't even know if anybody's actually aware of it, but I did put it in my statement, but I draw it to your attention again because it affects the final, it affects the capacity, and the unmet need as it's being told to us, which I'm disputing.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Ormsby, you're rather erroneously waving your actual hand.
Well, I am, sir, and the reason for that is that I had my hand up, but I've already spoken, so I thought you might have thought that was a sort of a legacy hand rather than an actual hand on the chart. So it's really just a very short point to say that in relation to the additional information that Ms. Cottier has drawn your attention to today, which she's now very kindly going to provide to Mrs. St. John Howe. If she could do that by the end of the week, that would be extremely helpful, because what we will do in the statement of common ground, any points we want to make in relation to that, we can do by way of a collective response in the document, so you've got all the information together.
I was going to ask you to do that. That would be my preference.
Thank you very much, sir. You're ahead of me. Thank you.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes, I just wanted to make a point based on some of the things that I've heard this morning in respect of you know, we don't really need to relook at Luton's like housing requirements. You know, this bit has been approved, that bit's been approved, dates, things should have been in before then. And I just wanted to sort of like clarify the point that I had made before, in the fact that due to the 2018 ONS, it has been the case that some of the local plans that have been approved, the planning inspector like yourself has actually gone back to that plan and asked the local authority to confirm whether that plan is still sound in relation to its figures. And I do think that's sort of like something like with the whole, you know, oh well, it's already been done and dusted and the boxes have been ticked, we can't go back to it. I think that needs to be realised, and this is sort of basically in defence of these people in Luton that are sort of like desperately fighting and everything else. And sort of, so surely, yes, I was just going to defend Ms. Cotier in the fact that, you know, with that in mind, and that it can be gone back on and said, is this still sound? Obviously, any new sites that have come up, such as the old Luton football ground site and things like that, yes, I do think that that should be taken into account, because it's obviously all current data, and it could shed a whole new different ball game on the figures and everything else. So thank you for allowing me to make that point.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. I'll be very brief on this one. I just wanted to, looking through the documentation that's provided on this matter, I noticed there was a response from Luton Borough Council. And there are a couple of points I wanted to make on that. They stated that, I think we've heard this before actually, that as the Luton plan is adopted and therefore is statutorily enshrined, the council has a statutory duty to undertake a 5-year review of its local plan, which I think it's going to have to do in 2022. That process will include a review of the housing requirement, and it seems to be clear that the review will not be conducted under the terms of the 2012 NPPF, though I'm not quite sure what the guidance will be because of the white paper on planning reform. That said, I think the problem with waiting for review in 2022 is that by that time, a decision hopefully will be made on the NHDC local plan. If the NHDC local plan decision includes a recommendation, shall we say, for the removal of the east of Luton sites, the question arises what impact that will have on the Luton local plan review. That all depends on whether the contribution intended to be made by the east of Luton sites to the meeting of Luton's unmet housing needs is critical, or even mildly important, or even none at all. We're going to look later at the scale of the Luton House building programme. And on that basis, a decision, if you made it now to remove the EOL sites from the plan, will in all probability demonstrate there's really no need for any contribution from NHDC to meet housing needs from Luton. On the other hand, if you give the go-ahead for the EOL sites, first houses will start to appear in 2022-23 according to the trajectory in the White Peak Planning Matter 21 submission. If then the Luton Review decides there's no need for any extra housing from NHDC, effectively too late, as development will have started. It's the same story as someone said yesterday. Once the green belt is gone, it's gone. The second and final point is that Luton also asked, had there been a meaningful change in the housing situation in Luton? They argued that the PPG in relation to the calculation of an OEN refers to a meaningful change in the housing situation rather than to a meaningful change in the housing projections. This, they argue, allows for a consideration of the overall circumstances rather than a focus on one set of statistics. Luton states that the fundamentals of the housing situation in relation to Luton and its neighbouring authorities has not changed since the adoption of the Luton local plan. I don't think that's correct. I think that the fundamentals have changed, but are not being recognised by planning officials in all of the councils, it seems. And these include the realisation that Luton's house building programme is much larger than allowed for in the Luton local plan. The fact that Luton Borough Council is allowing the build of exactly the wrong type number of houses compared to the local plan policy, as we've seen. The increase in the number of planning permissions brought forward in Luton and the increase in the use of brownfield sites to build housing. Since the plan was adopted, Central Beds has put forward several different sites to help meet Luton's unmet needs. These have never been evaluated by NHDC as part of their study of possible sites that could help meet Luton's unmet needs. And one wonders whether they've even been evaluated by Luton. And a further major meaningful change, which we'll have to look at in another matter, is that NHDC now regards the east of Luton sites as being needed to act as a buffer to ensure surety of supply for its own housing needs. Gone seemingly is the requirement for these houses to be regarded as important to help meet Luton's unmet needs. That's it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dorman. Mr. Bedford. I'll hear from Mr. Bedford, and then I am very much looking to draw a line under 21.5 and 21.6, and to move on, as I promised I would, to some related point. Williams, Mr. Bedford, and very possibly Ms. Ormsby wanted to make at the end before we wrap up. So, Mr. Bedford, first of all, though.
Well, so that's what I put my hand up just because I wasn't quite clear whether this was the stage, because I was conscious that on your timetable, matter 21 ends at lunchtime, and we then were to move to matter 22. So is this the time for my 10 points or not?
Very, very almost, Mr. Bedford. As I've just demonstrated, and as I've promised, I haven't forgotten. But what I'll do is I think I'll hear from Mr. Cotes first of all, and then I will come on to the points that you wanted to make. I think Mr. Williams wanted to make some, and very potentially Ms. Ormsby as well. And I will then draw a line under matter 21 entirely, take a lunch break, and return for matter 22. So, Mr. Cotes.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. I struggle to see how the ORS uplifts, those which pertain both to the North Herts part of the OAN and to Luton's, can be described as acute and severe need. And that description needs to be appropriate because that was the basis of the council's claim of exceptional circumstances, derived as it was from the Culverton judgment directly. So it needs to be appropriate to describe these uplifts as acute and severe. Either that or NHDC are going to have to find other reasons, other exceptional circumstances to justify building on the green belt. Acute and severe would, by any ordinary usage, refer to a situation which is immediate, urgent, and I think very much in the present. Maybe there's a more specialized meaning. Maybe this is another thing for the Supreme Court to judge and give their own legal definition. The ORS uplifts look to the past to inform guesswork about the future. What is missing in this whole argument is the present. The present situation is, among other things, there is a 5.9% surplus of housing in the southeast. We are already in the mother of recessions. Migration is dropping like a stone. The population of Luton is slumping. Foreign nationals are leaving our shores in droves. This is the present. Luton's population slumping. Everything going downwards. All the graphs, if they were to include today, and you can make a fair prediction when the 2020 ONS predictions come out, projections, it's going to continue that. We cannot see any break in that downward trend in anything. There is at present very little clue that we are talking about the situation as today. If we base our judgments on the here and now, there are large chunks of the OAN proposed which cannot be said to be acute and severe. So I would like to ask, so what exceptional circumstances is NHDC now proposing, clearly not the Culverton judgment, to build on the green belt? Thank you. That's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Cotes. Ms. Cotier, have you got a very final point that you want to make before I go to Mr. Bedford?
Yes, a very quick final point. I wrote to the Luton Borough Council's leader, Councillor Hazel Simmonds, last month, and I asked her, when are you going to be beginning your local plan review? Because the inspector passed the plan in 2017 on the condition that Luton undertakes an early review. Yeah. And early being earlier than the statutory 5-year time period, obviously. So at the very latest, I'd be expecting to see it, well, sort of towards the end of the 3rd year, I suppose. No, towards the sort of midway, perhaps at the very latest, through the middle of the 3rd year. Otherwise, they're not going to have enough time to put it up for consultation and examination before the review is, before the 5-year time period is passed. So what I would like to ask in this declaration of common ground is, would it be possible for the 3 parties to well, I suppose it's nothing to do with the developers, it's more to do with perhaps the 2 councils, to commit to the date that they are starting the review, because they've already been told by the inspector that the passing of the plan was conditional upon an early review. So can they tell us or commit in that declaration of common ground when they intend to start the review process? Because that affects the future projections that we're discussing and how much Luton is going to be bound by them in the future, or whether we're working only on the figures that are in the currently adopted plan, and whether they're going to talk about common ground into the future of the plan period. That's obviously a relevant factor. So can we have because I was told by Councillor Shaw of he's the housing portfolio holder for Luton Borough Council, that they had already started the local plan review. And in some ways that you could say that they have, because they're going through the process of updating some of their documents, like the SHMA was updated, I believe. However, they haven't undertaken a new OAN study as Jeremy Yule, the inspector, asked them to when he conditionally passed the plan, because he was concerned about the uncertainties surrounding the OAN figures, and he said that they needed to commit to a new OAN study, a combined one. But all they have done, and I have the emails that I sent to Laura Church of Infrastructure and Places last month, when she provided me with their updated SHMA, she said in the email, but they have not done a new OAN study. No, it's just carried over from the previous one. So they haven't updated the OAN, but they have sort of edited and tweaked the SHMA and put new date on it. And one of them is telling me they've started the review process, whereas Laura Church, Director for Infrastructure and Places, replied on behalf of the leader, Hazel Simmonds, to say no, they have no plan to currently undertake a review. So they are not doing an early review. They're not doing a review of the local plan at this stage. So I would like to know, we're 3 years now into the adopted plan period. When are we looking at the review process starting? Because it has to be imminent. And if it's imminent, it affects what we're talking about now. Or are they going to leave it to the 5-year maximum period that they're allowed to, and go against what the recommendation of the Luton inspector conditional acceptance of their plan stipulated?
Okay, thank you for that. Just very, very briefly, indeed, Ms. Barker, are you able to say anything about the review?
Thank you, sir. I think the main thing for Luton is we're waiting for the outcome of this examination and Central Bed's examination. They're crucial to Luton's affordable housing delivery and deliveries we've heard this morning. And we'll be looking to move forward together with those councils on a joint evidence base. I think at the moment that's probably all Luton can say. Michael Bedford may have more to add, but that is our position. This plan is crucial to the affordable housing and housing need in Luton.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now going to draw a line under all of that. I'm not going to hear any more. I think we've got to where I can get to. So if I can hear then, first of all, from Mr. Bedford and his 10 points.
Thank you, sir. So the first point was the simple point that we have a plan-led system, and I was going to direct you and remind you merely of paragraph 17, the first core principle in the 2012 MPF, genuinely plan-led, that's the word I emphasise, and secondly, paragraph 150, which recognises that local plans are the key to delivering sustainable development. The second point, that the 2004 Act expressly allows for the preparation of joint plans across local planning authorities' areas, either by agreement between the local authorities or by the imposition by the Secretary of State if he thinks that's appropriate. The third point is, as you know, sir, there are no joint plans being put forward in this round of plan making by the relevant planning authorities that you've been hearing about. The fourth point, Luton's local plan is a 2012 NPPF compliant local plan. It was produced, examined and tested against the same guidance as applies to the North Herts local plan. Fifthly, the Luton local plan process allowed all voices to be heard in relation to the housing needs and housing delivery in Luton, i.e. both sides of the equation could be fully explored and tested, looking not only at the needs in terms of quantum, but also the needs in terms of type, and also looking at the sources of supply. The sixth point is that that process produced a definitive outcome which is now enshrined in the adopted local plan, which does have statutory status. So I have to say, I've been looking through the material. I'm not sure whether you have been given policy LLP2 in terms, which embeds into the development plan 3 figures, the 17,800 as the OAN, the 8,500 as the provision that Luton is making, and the 9,300 as the identified unmet need. So I know you've got the inspector's report, which is ED4, but I'm not sure whether you've actually got that part of the Luton local plan. I think you have got Stevenage's local plan and you've got Central Beds' local plan, but I couldn't see in the library that anybody had troubled to give you. You don't need the whole of Luton's plan, but I thought it might help you on this issue if we gave...
From memory, I do seem to recall having seen that, but this examination has been going on for a while, so that might have just been a dream. Yeah, if well,
so if we check, we can check with Mr. Smith and Miss Ormsby if you've already been given it through some other means. But if not, I say I would just think it might help you just to have that extract so you can see that point. So that was my sixth point, which if I could perhaps just end the sixth point by saying that the Luton local plan inspector recognised that the process he was undertaking would lead to a quantification of the unmet need before the other plans had been prepared. And his paragraph 143 of ED4 makes the point that there is a logic to the exporting authority going first in the sequence, so that having crystallized the unmet need, the other local authorities then know what they have to plan for. The seventh point is that North Herts District Council cannot, we say, in any way be criticised for taking the Luton local plan as a fixed point in their planning landscape when making their own spatial planning for their area. In a sense, that's a logical consequence of the preceding 6 points. Eighth, under the duty to cooperate, North Hertfordshire engaged with Luton and also with Central Beds to examine and address how and how much to meet Luton's unmet needs. And so, as you know, that is reflected in the Memorandum of Understanding and in the duty to cooperate statements, and then in the submitted North Herts local plan, which expressly identifies North Herts' acceptance that process led to the result of the 1950 dwellings within North Herts to meet Luton's unmet needs. The ninth point, we say it's not appropriate as a matter of planning judgment to now seek to unpick that carefully considered exercise. What it leads to, with respect to the various people urging it on you, is a form of cherry picking, because this examination cannot be fully informed on all of the parts of the jigsaw that go into quantifying Luton's unmet needs. Obviously, mechanically, we know that you can attempt an exercise as ORS have tried to do through the work of Mr. Lee, which looks at the later household projections and produces results. And as you know, and you've heard debate, various inputs are the subject of comment and differing views. But as well as the fact that those views have been aired, you also know that the methodology being employed is only being retained for plans currently undergoing examination. There's no suggestion in the MPPF that you, as it were, revisit already adopted plans. And you also know the methodology will not apply to the review of the Luton plan itself. And you also have the interesting debate that obviously Mr. Howe Williams touched on as to whether, if you're attempting a review, you need to bring into account some elements of the standard method or not, even into this local plan exercise, because you're looking at Luton's figures. And so there's a whole, as it were, barrage of uncertainties as to, if you attempted to do it, what is an appropriate way of doing it. But in a sense, leaving aside that, as it were, mechanical debate of, well, what guidance should you use and what input should you use? Inevitably, assessing housing need involves making judgments, and they need to be informed judgments, but you will not have all of the information, or more particularly, you will not hear all of the voices to allow you to make that judgment, because you might think that the important voices that you would want to hear if you were to re-engage with what Luton's unmet needs were would also include those particularly interested in Luton's unmet needs, i.e. persons with interests in Luton, whether they're on the housing side, the development side, or so on. Obviously, you just don't get that through this examination in relation to North Hertfordshire. The consequence of that, and this is the 9th point coming to its end, is that we say the exercise is an unnecessary exercise when you have an adopted local plan. We remind you that PPG ID 2A at paragraph 007 does confirm the appropriateness of utilising the existing evidence base where different local authorities are at different stages of the plan making process. That's exactly what we say is appropriate to use the Luton local plan here. And we also remind you briefly by way of re-emphasis, the Woking Waverley example, and I've already given you the paragraph references to the Court of Appeal judgment. Then the 10th point, which is that even if you do attempt the exercise, which we've suggested is an unnecessary exercise, we say that the ORS data shows that on an indicative basis, there has not been a meaningful change, either in the housing numbers, and that's only the 6% change, or more importantly, in the housing situation. The dynamics and circumstances of Luton have not fundamentally changed. I'm not going to trespass onto the matter 22 matters on supply, and I'm not going to rehearse matters that relate to the statement of common ground that hopefully we're going to be able to help you with. But I would ask you, when you're thinking about this issue, to bring, as it were, your conclusions on that matter 22 into account. And then I think just, no, I don't think I actually need to make those points. I think those points can be left to the statement of common ground note. So those were my 10 points, and thank you for taking the time to hear those.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford. Mr. Williams, did you indicate that you wanted to say something before I draw a line under matter 21?
So I think much of what I had wished to say in terms of the correct, lawful and policy compliant approach for these topics was said by me this morning and supported by the evidence from Mr. White and Mr. Dixon. And I certainly don't want to repeat any of that. I hope and assume that you've got a careful note, and my submissions are reflected carefully in the evidence within our hearing statements. Perhaps it might suffice to say that whereas there may be some difference between Mr. Bedford and me around and about points 9 and 10, there's a difference perhaps insofar as we would wish you to note an 11th point, which is only this, that if you were to attempt to do the exercise, which we say is unnecessary and inappropriate, you would be bound to look beyond merely the ORS assessment that you've been provided with, and to take into account other factual information that you have in terms of affordability, and not just affordability, to go back to comment Mr. Lee made, but other issues in terms of homelessness, other issues that relate to the question of need, OAN, and unmet need. And when you do that, the available information in terms of quantum, affordable housing, mix and tenure, the position in Luton is continuing to get worse. And to borrow a word that was used just very recently by a spokesperson on behalf of Luton, the position is now quite critical. And we must remember that the inspector, as indeed Mr. Bedford indicated, of the Luton plan, thought it extremely important and necessary to quantify and agree unmet need in terms so that neighbouring authorities could seek to address it without delay. I hope that's helpful. I don't wish to say anything further, but thank you for that opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Ormsby, anything from you before I break for lunch? Okay, thank you. In which case then I make it 1:16. I adjourn the hearing to resume at 2 o'clock. And let me see if I can get this right. I believe, yes, you do. You do all need to sign out of the meeting by clicking leave meeting, and I've got it right today. So thank you very much.